Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are LA.
Yesterday, the Angels' bats were alive again in a 10-0 win. Mike Trout led the offensive onslaught in grand fashion. And Garrett Richards was lights out on the hill. Today, C.J. Wilson toes the slab as the Halos go for their first series sweep of the season. Tigers and Angels is next. Absolute perfect afternoon for baseball here at the Big A as the Angels look for their first series sweep of this season. It's the finale of the three-game set between the Angels and the American League champion Detroit Tigers. Hi, everybody, from inside the Big A, and alongside my partner Mark Gubazon, Victor Rojas, we welcome you back to Angels baseball here at Fox Sports West. And as we've seen over the first two games of this series, this Angels offense all of a sudden starting to click. Josh Hamilton hasn't even been involved, but 18 runs over the last two games.
Yeah, Victor, when we first started the series, we said the importance of having both the hitting and the pitching going together, and it certainly has so far in the series against the Tigers, and you need to against this powerful offense that they have. But the reality is right now, the way they're swinging the bat with runners in scoring position, Peter Borges setting the tone, 6 hits in the first two games, Mike Trout driving the ball, everyone throughout the lineup doing their job. And it's allowing the pitching staff to be more focused as far as throwing off-speed pitches. This one earned run in 18 innings pitched, the starters have not allowed an earned run in any game so far here against the Tigers. So the reality is, use your off-speed stuff, throw a lot of strikes, keep them off balance, and get that early lead and make it hold up.
And on a warm afternoon here at the Big A, the baseball will be flying. The Angels offense will be facing Doug Fister, who's off to a very good start for the Detroit Tigers. We're just about ready for baseball here at the Big A, so sit back and relax. We'll bring you the lineups and the first pitch when we return. Angels baseball is brought to you by Hyundai. Let's Go sales event now through April 30th. By Jack in the Box, the Chipotle Chicken Club Combo is back for a limited time at Jack in the Box. And by Corona, who invite you to find your beach. Gorgeous shot of the Big A. Not a cloud in the sky. Little League Day. 4,000 kids in attendance here parading on the warning track before the game. You can tell the Halos have yet to take the field, and it'll be interesting how this game plays out. In that, C.J. Wilson's coming off a much better start, facing a very aggressive Tigers team that has struggled out on the road this year. The Tigers at home hitting .349. .275. That's a struggle for this Tigers team. Most teams would take .275 overall for a season.
Exactly. They seem to be getting themselves out with off-speed pitches in the first two games of the series. They've had opportunities, but the pitching has been quality, especially from the starting staff. That's the important thing against this club, the Tigers.
Take a look at the Kia standings for the Angels. In third, 5 games back. The Athletics lost to the Rays last night. The Rangers took care of the Seattle Mariners. And Houston had its issues with the Cleveland Indians down in Houston, too. Philip Humber could not get out of that first inning. It was a rough go. I think it was 19-6 the Indians defeated the Houston Astros. Yeah. But the focus is still on the Angels. That's all that matters right now. See if you can extend. It'd be nice to get the sweep. I like the fact that it sounds really good to have a 3-game winning streak, which the Angels have not had this year. Try to keep that momentum going into Texas' series tomorrow.
And like we said on Friday night, best game of the year all around for the Angels. And they put back an even better game yesterday. So that's what Mike Scioscia wants. Good pitching, solid defense, and timely hitting. Important against this Detroit club.
Now the Halos wearing their alternate red tops, as Garrett Richards did yesterday on the mound, and Richards picked up his first win. And we'll take a look at Jim Leland starting 9 for the Tigers, who are now 9-8 and tied for first in the Central with the Kansas City Royals. Austin Jackson will lead things off at center. Torrey Hunter's in right. Miguel Cabrera third. Prince Fielder is at first base. Victor Martinez at DH. The first 5 the same as the first 2 games of the series. And with a left-hander on the mound, it's Matt Tuiasosopo in left. Johnny Peralta short. Brian Pena, switch-hitting catcher, will bat 8th. And Omar Infante will bat 9th and play second base. As we pointed out, CJ coming off a better start, picks up his first win. He's 1-0 with a 4 ERA.
1-2 in his career versus the Tigers with an ERA just over 5. I think for CJ, we talked about it on the pregame show, commanding his fastball early on and utilizing his off-speed pitches to get these Tiger hitters out in front.
And you have to utilize that off-speed pitch, especially in a day game, just as we saw Garrett Richards do yesterday. Establish a fastball and then go with that hard breaking ball. Ball carries tremendously well here in daytime.
Well, it was a lot of fun to watch Garrett yesterday. He did have that great command of his fastball, but his curveball, 12-6 break, was outstanding.
Take a look at the defense behind C.J. Wilson before Austin Jackson steps to the plate. Mike Trout at left, Peter Borges in center, Josh Hamilton is in right. The infield has Luis Jimenez, Brendan Harris, Howie Kendrick, and Mark Trumbo around from third to first. Albert serving as a DH once again. And Hank Conger is behind the plate with C.J. on the mound.
Yeah, they had a good rapport, and the big thing with C.J. looking for ground ball outs. And Howie Kendrick, with a lot of range, made some nice plays in the game yesterday. Has turned 9 double plays so far this year. And C.J. Wilson, when he gets guys on base, is very good as far as getting the hitters to induce into double plays. Howie's very quick on the transfer throw the first.
The Halos, with their first 2 wins in this series, now have evened up their home record at 4-4. They are 2-6 out on the road and 3-6 against Western Division opponents. Austin Jackson to lead things off. He hit .316, or is hitting .316, with a home run and 6 runs batted in. Went 0 for 4 yesterday with 3 strikeouts. As a matter of fact, the Tigers managed just 4 hits throughout the game. 2 by Garrett Richards, 2 by Michael Roth. It was great to see Michael Kahn
go 96.
He got in for 1 inning yesterday. CJ's first offering is in for his strike, and we are underway here at the big game. CJ with 18 innings of work, 16 hits allowed. He has 14 strikeouts, but 11 walks. Missed inside. The count even up at a ball and a strike. The Angels, with their offensive output over the first 2 games of this series, a total of 30 hits combined for the Angels, have now lifted their batting average collectively to .287. That's tops in the American League, as this one's lifted out to right. Not hit very deep. Hamilton coming on, dives and makes the basket catch. Terrific play by Josh Hamilton. There's the first out.
Maybe we'll change our defense to Josh Hamilton in right field with a play like that. Good read. Very difficult to get a good read off the bat in day games here at the Big A. Very aggressive, sliding in, and makes an outstanding play to keep Austin Jackson off the base path, which is the important thing when you're facing the Tigers. Jackson now 0 for 8 in this series.
So 1 out of the books. Torrey Hunter is introduced to the crowd here. He went 0 for 3 yesterday as well. And 400 with a home run and 9 runs batted in. It was Torrey who had the 2-out double in the 9th inning in Friday night's game that kind of started the mini rally for the Tigers. Otherwise, the Angels would be talking about back-to-back shutouts. Tigers scoring their one and only run in the series in that 9th inning. And Miguel Cabrera picking up that RBI and a single. Signing a 2-year deal in the offseason, did Torrey with the Tigers. This is a lineup that even without Victor Martinez last year and even without Torrey Hunter, you said to yourself, if you can massage your way through Prince Fielder's at-bat or plate appearance. As Torrey breaks his bat, hits one back toward the middle. Kendrick's got it, off balance throw, and safe at first, an infield base hit. But if you can get through that top 4-5, then you can kind of work your way through the bottom half of that Tigers order.
Yeah, there's some guys in the bottom part of the order. They're up there looking for certain pitches in the strike zone to make contact. Now a real good play here. That's a slow roller. Almost gets Torrey Hunter at first base. Just barely beats it out for an infield hit. He gets that foot down just as the baseball is going in the glove of Mark Trumbo. Good stretch for Trumbo. Real solid play by Kendrick at second.
Torrey getting down that line like an older Peter Borges.
He smelled the base hit. He was running hard.
He certainly did.
That was still one of the best quotes ever.
Torrey's at first base. Here's Cabrera, the third baseman. The first one's in for a strike. Cabrera hitting .347, couple home runs, 18 runs batted in. 1 for 3 yesterday, including his third double. Just turned 30 years of age a couple of days ago. Short lead for Hunter at first base. Ground ball past the diving Jimenez and into left. So 2 on with an out here. And Fielder coming up.
That first inning, always the big inning for C.J. Wilson, although he's gotten a couple ground balls here. Certainly that's what you want from C.J. A couple hits, now bringing up a guy who's had success against him in Prince Fielder, 3 for 6 in his career. But we've seen Prince Fielder hitting him a couple double plays in this series, and C.J.'s one of the best pitchers as far as getting double plays.
Cabrera now 3 for 10 in his career against Wilson. And Fielder's hit into a couple of big double plays in this series, specifically in Friday night's game. Tommy Hanson got him to ground into a double play to end the first inning, and a big double play that Sean Burnett got Fielder to hit into in the 7th. At that point, it's still a tight game. First one's down in the dirt. It's 1 ball, no strikes on Fielder. He had a hit yesterday going 1 for 3. 328, 4 home runs and 19 runs batted in. Fielder and Cabrera second and third in the American League in the RBI category. Chris Davis still leads the AL, 21 at the start of the day. He homered again yesterday against the Dodgers.
Yeah, that baseball went way out in Camden Yards.
Two balls and no strikes. Tigers second overall in batting average in the American League at .278, 13th in home runs with 11, but 5th in runs scored, 77. Strike.
Tell you what, I think if C.J. turns around and picks up the glove for Brendan Harris, he might be able to pick off Torrey Hunter at second base. Torrey's drifting off trying to get a good secondary lead. And with Brendan playing there because of the pull capabilities of Prince Fielder, you might have a shot at a pickoff.
And usually you see Kendrick out in shallow right field with Fielder at the plate. 2-2. And Fielder perhaps looking for that sweeping breaking ball on a 2-1 count.
Yeah, like we talked about in the pregame, that fastball in against him is effective because then it opens up the outer part of the plate.
Outfield straight around against Fielder. Hunter at second, Cabrera at first.
Not a bad idea for CJ to even think in terms of a pickoff, because you've shortened up secondary lead. He's trying to cheat out there, Torrey Hunter is, to be able to get a good jump if the ball's hit on the ground.
Two check swing. Did he go? No, says the third base umpire, Paul Emmel.
A good view here. Breaking pitch after fastball away. Real close, but looked like he held up.
Yep.
So strong to be able to do so. That's not an easy thing to do once you make that commitment to swing, to be able to hold off and not cross the plate.
And geared up for a fastball to do that.
He's got pitch before at 93.
So full count. Little bouncer back to the mound. Has it go off his glove. Jimenez barehanded, has no play, and the bases are loaded. CJ stumbled. Was on his way down as that ball got to the mound. That's an infield base hit.
And that's going to be a double play. This fielder doesn't get many infield hits, but he gets one here. Jammed him. Boy, it looked like what he was trying to do, CJ, was get his legs turned around to be in position to field the ball and turn and make the throw to second base all in one motion. And then stumbles. And if he lets the ball go through without putting his glove up, which is a natural reaction as a pitcher to do, he's still going to get an out. But instead, deflects off the glove, infield hit.
So bases loaded for the Tigers. Butcher out there to kind of calm things down. 14 pitches thrown by Wilson. And he'll face Victor Martinez. Also a double play candidate if he can induce the ground ball. Martinez hitting 183. That's a double and 4 runs batted in. CJ probably thinking a little bit of how Rick Porcello felt as yesterday's bottom of the first inning started.
Crazy little infield hits.
First one to Martinez. Way inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Martinez 4 for 16 from the right side this year. 7 for 44 from the left.
Or especially from this side of the plate, if CJ can keep the ball down and get a ground ball in an infield, you got a real good chance, like you mentioned, Victor, of getting a double play from Victor Martinez.
Foul back. 1 ball, 1 strike. The important thing, of course, is not letting little infield hits such as Torrey's and fielders affect you. We've seen the strike zone affect C.J. Wilson a little bit. And to calm himself down, it's probably why it precipitated the move by Mike Butcher to come out of the dugout, go to the mound, and just kind of tap the brakes, if you will.
And that's when you tap into the fact that if you're C.J., I've gotten a lot of ground ball double plays. That's the way I had to think. The next ground ball could be at an infielder and get 2 outs with it.
Here's the 1-1 inside. 2 balls and a strike. Torrey Hunter at third base. Miguel Cabrera at second. Fielder at first. Jackson hit a fly ball to shallow first. And Martinez tardy on that fastball, evens the count up.
Looked like it was a cut fastball on his hands. Late action got him because it was elevated, which generally.
Two balls and 2 strikes, 1 out. Matt Tuiasosopo is on deck. And now the 2-2. Breaking ball. A full count. No place to put him.
And with the command on his breaking pitch not there earlier in the first inning, you got to think in terms of a fastball from C.J. Wilson.
Payoff pitch on the way. This one's fouled off.
Again, trust your fastball. You got to challenge the hitter here.
Another 3-2. Martinez strikes out swinging there down number 2. Tied him up with that fastball hit.
Boy, good life in that fastball. Confidence in that pitch. And you have to have it when you go inside with a four-seam fastball on the inside part of the plate against a good hitter like Victor Martinez. The trust in that fastball for CJ gets a big swing and miss.
No letdown now, though, with Tuiasa Sopo coming up. 2 outs, bases still loaded.
So easy to do that when you're on the mound, too. Think you're through the inning, but you're not. You have to make a quality pitch here. See if you can get a quick out with it.
Tuiasa Sopo has seen limited action in this series. Pinch hit Friday night. Defensive replacement yesterday. A couple of ABs for him. Swing and a miss. 0-1.
That's that quality pitch. Good hard slider from CJ.
Tigers looking for a right-handed complement to Andy Dirks. Settled on Tuiasa Sopo in spring training with a very good spring down in Lakeland. Originally in the Mariners system. The count even up at 1 ball, 1 strike. There's Jim in his 8th season. Tigers 4-2 at home, 5-6 out on the road. They've only played 3 games within their division. This being their only West Coast trip. Oakland, Seattle, and here. 1-1 pitch. Inside. 2 balls and a strike.
Boy, the schedule makers took care of them on that one. Early in the season, you want to stay out west, avoid the bad weather. That's your only trip out west all year. That's a benefit for the Tigers.
Yeah, they've got 1 trip left that goes into Texas. Convenient, too, that they go to play the Rangers and the Astros in the same trip.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's kind of a novel idea. Not so much for the Halos. 2-1 pitch. Outside. 3 balls and a strike.
Boy, didn't follow through on that fastball. Landed with his back straight. When CJ is very good in commanding his spot, he bends his back and finishes off. Boy, standing straight up, unable to hit the spot, not work down in the strike zone.
Almost a recoil type action.
You don't see that too often from him either.
Peralta, the shortstop's on deck. 3-1 pitch to Tuiasa Sopo, lifted in the air down the right field line. Slicing toward the seats. Hamilton cannot get it. It is a foul ball.
Wow, that ball carried. He talked about that about day games here at the Big A. Like didn't have a good swing at it, but drifted not too far from the foul pole. Well, almost able to reach into the stands and make a play, but the fan hand on the baseball just before Hamilton's able to get there and potentially reach in and catch it.
You know, I think he ran to the spot where he thought the ball was going to be, and all of a sudden, as you pointed out, the ball just kept carrying, and all of a sudden it took him back a little bit further, maybe even kind of surprised him. So with the 3-2 count at 2 outs, the runners will take off here. Here comes the payoff pitch. Foul back.
With 3 full counts already. The game in the first inning for CJ.
And that's been his issue throughout his starter career. The fact that he throws way too many pitches. The outing in which he went 6 innings, threw 115 pitches to get through those 6. He's at 27 here in the first. Top of the first, bases loaded, 2 outs. He struck out Martinez. Trying to put away Tuiasa Sopo. Now, if you're a hitter and you see this twice stepping off after signs, what are you thinking?
Fastball. Generally, that means the catcher's putting down something off speed, and you don't want to go with that. You're going fastball.
Runners go. The 3-2 in the air down the line. Hit pretty well. Hamilton going toward the corner near the wall. Makes the catch. The inning comes to an end. The Tigers load him up and leave him stranded. We'll head to the bottom of the first with no score. Work to do to get out of that first inning jam, but it worked. Scoreless, and that'll bring up the Angels here. Mike Scioscia's starting 9 looks like this. Peter Borges leading things off at center. Mike Trout on left, Albert Pujols at DH, Josh Hamilton in right, Trumbo's over at first base, Howie Kendrick at second, Brennan Harris back at short, and Conger getting to start behind the plate. Luis Jimenez batting ninth and playing third base. Taking on the 29-year-old right-hander native of Merced, California by the name of Doug Fister.
And Doug Fister's been throwing the ball very well in 3 starts, 3-0 with a 2.70 ERA. Fastball 86-92. Runs the fastball in well on right-handed batters. Also has a slider, curveball, and a very good changeup.
Fister off to a 3-0 start and a 2.70 ERA as Borges looks at a strike. Peter, 3 for 4 yesterday. 2 runs scored, an RBI. Hitting .306 with a couple of home runs, 7 runs batted in. Cabrera playing in at third. This one's tapped foul. And an 0-2 count.
Fister is a strike thrower. And I mentioned he will pitch inside. He's already hit 3 batters this year. He runs that fastball inside very effectively against right-handed batters.
At 20 innings, 18 hits allowed, 12 strikeouts, just 4 walks. That's in the dirt. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And as we talked about in Friday night's game and seemed to talk about since last year, since Cabrera shifted to third base to make room for Prince Fielder, you'd think that the guys with speed would exploit that a little bit with the little ball.
And Borges has had a great series so far against the Tigers, 6 for 8. A number of hits in the infield, utilizing his speed, including 2 yesterday infield hits.
2-2 on the way. Borges takes a strike right down Broadway, and there's the first out.
Now let's take a look at our AT&T Uverse replay from yesterday's game. Mike Trout with the bases loaded, 0-2 count to boot. Gets a hanging breaking pitch and hits his first career grand slam as part of that 9-run first for the Angels yesterday.
Second professional grand slam, had one at AA Arkansas. Ironically, in a game in which Garrett Richards started and won.
That's why they both went to the Clipper game last night. They were hanging around, going to a basketball playoff game.
John ended up going 2 for 5, 4 runs batted in. Off the end of the bat to the right side. Pfister dives, flips at the fielder, and they got him. What a play by Doug Pfister, 2 outs.
Outstanding play. The communication prior to the ball being hit on the ground there to the right side. He told Prince Fielder to stay back. And when you do that as a pitcher, that means you have coverage on that side of the infield. And Prince is able to play back. By doing so, he's able to get it back quicker and able to get Mike Trout at first base. But an outstanding athletic play by Pfister. Flip over the first and get the second out.
2 up and 2 down on 7 pitches for Pfister. Here is Albert Pujols, the DH. 2 for 4, including a double and an RBI yesterday. Slow breaking ball is high. Albert hitting .322 with a couple of home runs, 11 runs batted in. Trout tied for the team lead with 11 runs batted in. Off-speed pitch missing upstairs.
And what you see with Jarrett Weaver when he's on the mound, he tells his first baseman, just like Pfister did with Prince Fielder, to stay back. It allows them to have better coverage in the infield.
Go with 3 straight off-speed pitches. There's a 2-1 count. Pfister does not waste a whole lot of time on the mound. 3-1. Hamilton on deck. Mentioned the Angels, tops the American League in average at .287. They are 3rd in on-base percentage, 4th in slugging, 12th in home runs, 7th in runs. Another off-speed pitch, full count.
Boy, after one fastball to show away, came back with a slider. 3-1.
There's the payoff. Tied him up. Fastball in.
Well, he's not afraid to throw that pitch. 2-seam fastball, great running action. As a hitter, you think that ball's out over the plate, but then before you've committed your swing, it's on your hands.
Swing and a miss on the breaking ball. And Pfister has a 1-2-3 bottom of the first, including a couple of strikeouts. We are scoreless. Top of the second with no score here at the Big A. C.J. Wilson to work with the bottom third of the order now for the Tigers. Peralta, Pena, and Infante. Pfister made easy work of the Angels in the first inning. Had a couple of strikeouts. Talking with his pitching coach, Jeff Jones.
He's not really a strikeout pitcher, but last year in 8 innings, struck out 10 against the Angels, utilizing his very good assortment of off-speed pitches.
Johnny Peralta, the shortstop, takes away. 1 ball, no strikes. He's 1 for 3 yesterday. 303 on the season with a home run and 7 runs batted in. Wilson immediately falls behind here. 2 balls and no strikes. Two and one.
And what Doug Fister did also, which was important for the Tigers. He had a very quick bottom of the first after CJ threw so many pitches in the top of the first. That's what you want to do as a pitcher. Get that guy back out on the mound who had a tough time getting through an inning.
3-1 now. Now the first pitch strike has been eluding him. Another deep count here to Peralta. 3-1 pitch. And he walked him. So the leadoff man is on board. Let's take a look at our Hyundai key to the game.
Because I know Mike Trout's a big country fan. Going with Lee Bryce today. I drive your truck. He's the guy that ignites the offense and can win games with his glove. Also made a great play in the field yesterday along with his grand slam in the bottom of the first inning.
Here's Brian Pena, catcher. Alex Avila getting a day off today, and Avila left-handed batter, so Pena, switch hitter, gets the start. 4 for 13 on the year. So bunt. He looks at his strike.
When if you're C.J. Wilson, you mentioned navigating through the lineup here. Two guys in particular. Peralta 1 for 17 against him in his career, and Victor Martinez is 3 for 17. He got Victor to swing and miss with the bases loaded, but then ends up walking Peralta to lead off the inning here.
It looked like he was trying to nibble on the outside corner, too. A 1 pitch. Down and in. Ball on a strike. Pena, former Kansas City Royal, former Atlanta Brave. Signed as the backup by the Tigers. Gerald Laird, their former backup, signing a 2-year deal with the Atlanta Braves.
Pretty solid defensive catcher. Threw out 24% of would-be base stealers last season. The year before, over 30.
Puts this one out towards shallow left center field. Trout has a long run in, dives and makes the catch. Second diving catch for the Angels today, and that is the first out here in the second.
Well, like we say, Trout can win a game with the bat, but he also can win the game with a glove. Well, he had to cover a lot of ground. Never took his eye off the baseball, and a full extension on the dive makes an outstanding play. Instead of being first and second, no outs, man on first with one with the chance to get a double play and get through the inning. What a job by Trout.
Hamilton had the other diving catch in the first inning. First down in the books here in the second, and up steps Omar Infante, the second baseman. Infante went 0 for 3 yesterday. 1-0. Omar hitting .241. No extra base hits this year. 4 runs batted in. Infante coming over the Tigers last year, part of the Anibal Sanchez trade. Ramon Santiago got to start at second base. That's been kind of an issue for the Tigers of late, that second base spot. They thought for a couple of years that maybe Scott Sizemore was going to be that guy coming up through their system. They haven't found that right fit.
Blanco was very good in that position a few years ago.
They let him go. 1-0 pitch. This one's pulled through the hole, a base hit. So 2 on and 1 out. Back to the top of the order now, Austin Jackson.
Infante now 4 for 9 versus Wilson, so he's had some success.
Yeah, don't be fooled into believing that this Tigers offense is easily shut down. Even though they've lost the first 2 games of the series, they had 10 hits in Friday night's contest, and they almost got shut out. They had 4 hits yesterday. Garrett Richards shut them down.
I was talking to Mike Scioscia today before the game. He was like, our pitchers have done a great job against a very good lineup.
0-1. Jackson hit that fly ball to right field in the first inning to lead off the ball game, so he's 0 for 1. Good speed. Peralta at second and Infante at first. So CJ working from the stretch once again. career numbers against Wilson. Jackson had a very good season last year. 300 with 16 home runs, 66 runs batted in for the Denton, Texas native.
Well, he's done a nice job, Austin Jackson, as far as not chasing pitches necessarily out of the strike zone anymore. And then CJ looked like he committed a balk here.
Now put runners at second and third.
He didn't look comfortable on his sign to begin with. And then drops the baseball. He's trying to get the grip on the baseball, determine whether he throw a four-seam fastball or potentially a breaking ball. Falls out of his hand, commits the balk.
Infield back for the Angels. Jackson grounds one to short. This will cost CJ a run. Throw goes to third. And they get the base runner. The Tigers lead at 1-0.
Really smart play by Brendan Harris at short. Going to get that runner going to third base. Not a wise decision by Infante to go to third, especially with a ground ball at short. Hit well. Potentially could have been a double play, get through the inning. Said the Tigers score a run, but Brendan Harris, nice play. Throwing to Jimenez to get the second out.
So Torrey Hunter steps up 1 for 1. He broke his bat, had an infield single in the first. Eventually stranded at third base. Tigers with 4 hits. They're hitting in 2/3 so far.
And Jackson will run 4 stolen bases. CJ had 5 pickoffs last year, which was a career high for him.
Jackson, the proud owner of half the stolen bases the Tigers have picked up this year.
This plays right into Torrey's hand. We saw how effective he was hitting the number 2 spot with someone on base with speed. Saw that a lot with Trout at first base. Now with Jackson here with the Tigers. More likely get a fastball and the focus away from him at the plate.
Torrey at the start of the day leading the American League in batting average, even 400. Also leads the American League in hits. Now at 29. Ahead of the count of 1 ball, no strikes. $11 batters faced by C.J. Wilson, who's fallen behind on 8 of them. Not the lineup you want to do that with.
Remember, we talked about it in the pregame show about how you can be successful against this very dangerous lineup for the Tigers. Fastball command early, finish off with breaking pitches, but you have to get ahead of the count to get the hitters to swing at off-speed pitches out of the strike zone.
Two balls and a strike. Jackson reaching on the fielder's choice, picked up an RBI as that run scored after the balk.
Doug Fister threw 14 pitches in the first inning. CJ now with 44 here with 2 outs in the second.
Wanted appeal, he didn't go. 3-1 now. And until he harnesses command, is able to throw more strikes, it's going to be a 5-6 inning odyssey every single time out for C.J. Wilson just because of pitch count.
And it's difficult to get decisions as a starting pitcher when you're going 5 or 6. You put so much pressure on a bullpen to maintain a lead or keep it close for your club to come back and win a game. Right now, if you're CJ, you got to be thinking of Torrey Hunter. Yes, Jackson's got good speed, but a pitch out of the strike zone brings Cabrera up with first and second, which you want to avoid.
And now Cabrera comes up, second walk of the inning. It's the Tigers team that, as we pointed out, they scored 1 run coming into this ball game. And now has scored a total of 2 runs over its last 4 games. They were shut out in the last game in Seattle on Thursday. They should have been shut out on Friday, but they scored the run in the 9th inning, shut out yesterday. CJ's out there and not being aggressive and missing on the zone. Walks twice, or walked 2, I should say. He's given up 4 hits so far, 2 of which were infield hits in that first inning, but he got out of that jam.
And when you go through your pitchers meetings, when a team comes into town, you always look for 1 or 2 guys in a lineup you're trying to avoid an RBI situation. This is the man right here you want to try to avoid. You want to have him leading off an inning if you can. Now you put him up in a situation where he can do damage. There's a reason why he won the Triple Crown last year. You want him hitting with no one on base.
Cabrera swinging the first pitch, rolls it foul. He had a base hit his first time up. 1 for 1. Good speed on the bases for the Tigers, especially from the lead runner standpoint. And Austin Jackson. Torrey's over at first. 0-1 pitch. 1-1.
CJ with a lot of pitches thrown here, but still can get through again this inning with limited damage if you can make an off-speed pitch here and make it a quality one to Cabrera. Well, he challenged him with a fastball there at 92. I think that first pitch, a breaking pitch to him, has him thinking off speed.
One, two's fouled off.
And late on that fastball, though, it was elevated, which is difficult to catch up to. It's almost as if he's looking for his slider down and in to drop the head of the bat on it. When CJ worked a couple years ago in spring training, had a great changeup. A changeup right now down and away would be a perfect pitch.
That pitch has been virtually non-existent for him.
It's surprising because it's a good one.
And Tiger hitters right now have just been sitting on fastballs. CJ has yet to show the ability to throw the breaking ball for a strike.
But a changeup is a pitch you can get a feel for relatively early in the game, even if you haven't thrown it a lot. Because you can think fastball with your delivery, but the grip itself is the one that takes the mileage off the fastball itself.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on, 2 outs. Cabrera takes the off-speed pitch a little bit high. And now you've got a full count situation. The base runners will be taking off.
Tried a curveball in the outside corner. Just barely at the top of the strike zone, according to our Fox track, but you're not going to get that pitch when you haven't established a breaking ball anywhere near the strike zone early on with an umpire.
4th full count for CJ Wilson today. Three-two pitch. Walked him. 3rd walk of the inning will load him up. As we've touched on before, with the guys playing behind you, they want to get back in the dugout, especially after Fisher threw just 17 pitches in that first inning, get 3 strikeouts.
Well, that play that Mike
2
Trout
strikeouts,
made
pardon me,
in the outfield was outstanding. Now, when you have a couple batters in a row you walk, that's more difficult to make that play.
Fielder 1 for 1. He hit that little bouncer back to the mound that deflected off of Wilson's glove. Went for an infield base hit. One ball, one strike. Mentioned the success that Fielder's had against CJ throughout his career. Extended to the All-Star game in Arizona. Fielder hit that home run off of Wilson to left center field. This one's popped foul and out of play. 1-2.
Well, just like in the game yesterday where Mike Trout was able to hit the grand slam against Porcello early in the game. This is a huge part of the game for CJ and the Angels right here. Especially the way Fisher's already thrown the ball, and he's thrown well against the Angels throughout his career. This is an important batter for CJ Wilson here. Even though it's early, it's huge at this point.
And trying to finish it here as opposed to getting into a deep count situation. Now the 1-2. Little bouncer. Wilson's got this one. He will limit it to just one run. And really goes back to that ball. We'll head to the bottom of the second. 1-0 Tigers.
Innings so far. Doug Fisher in the first inning was very good, very efficient. His 14 pitches thrown, but CJ had to battle his way through 2. So 57 pitches already. Maybe Fister's a little bit tired now sitting on the bench. Maybe makes a mistake, I hope.
Almost hits Hamilton on the first pitch. Did you really say tired?
I hope so. Just tired of waiting around for them to get back out of the mound. See, when you warm up, you come in there that first inning, you have a quick inning, and then you sit around back-to-back innings, a lot of pitches thrown.
Hamilton lines one back up off the glove of Fister, I believe, right to the shortstop Peralta, and there's out number 1. So it's 4 up and 4 down by Fister.
Well, remember, Fisher was hit with a line drive in the playoffs last year. This baseball hit well right back up the middle. It doesn't look like he got the tip of the glove. Well, 1-6-3 potentially out here. Yep, got the top of the glove. See, when you're a sinker ball pitcher, you're used to a lot of ground balls and line drives back up the middle, but those ones like that are not a lot of fun.
Mark Trumbo looks at a strike. 4 straight multi-hit games for Trumbo. 2 for 4 yesterday. Picked up his 8th RBI. 333. 6 doubles. 2 balls and a strike.
He doesn't miss by a lot on any of his pitches. Just off the corner down, just off the corner away, changes speeds exceptionally well.
A 3-ball, 1-strike count. He's a guy that works the quadrant very well as a pitcher, and it keeps hitters off balance because of that.
Yeah, he goes north and south very well, and also goes east and west with all his pitches. Inside corner, outside corner, up and down in the zone.
Off speed, misses outside, and he walked up. So 1 out walk puts a man on for the Angels for the first time. We'll take a look at the men in black today. Bruce Streckman calling the balls and strikes. Clint Fagan is at first base. Gary Darling at second base, and Paul Emmel over at third. Pfister will work from the stretch for the first time, and Howie Kendrick will step up. Sally had a couple of runs batted in yesterday. Shows bunt, pushes the bunt on the first base side. Pena will let it roll, and that is going to be an infield base hit. Have they not learned their lesson yet?
Didn't we tell them game 1 that the baseball will not roll foul by those chalk lines? It will stay in fair territory.
And wasn't a textbook bunt either by Howie off the plate.
It was a pitch up. He was able to put it down and just roll right along the line. Stays right there. Most times in most stadiums, once it goes off the grass, it's going to roll foul. Mainly because of drainage in a lot of places, like especially back east because of the rain, but not a lot of rain out here in California, so they're able to stay truer with the chalk lines in the dirt.
Brendan Harris looks at a strike. He's got Trumbo at second, Kendrick at first. Harris hitting .273, has a home run, a double, and 4 runs batted in. 1 for 3 yesterday.
That was a big hit too. He got jammed, but fought it off and got an RBI single in that first inning.
He kept the inning alive after the Iannetta double play. Oh, 2. Tigers getting a run in the second, top of the inning. 3 walks, 1 hit, 1 balk. Detroit has stranded 6 through the first 2 innings. Halos with an opportunity here to at least tie this one up. Bounce it back toward the mound. Fisher throws to second, and they get the force down at Kendrick. 2 outs.
Tell you what, Fisher's a real good athlete. Doesn't seem like a whole lot behind that play other than the fact that you get the guy at second, but it still allows you, in case there's a ground ball in the hole at short, you can get the force play at second base. He was in good fielding position, strong throw to second, and gets Howie Kendrick. Especially with the range of the infield for the Tigers, that is a smart play by Pfister because a backhand by Peralta allows him to throw the second, potentially get a force play to finish the inning off.
So Conger will step up. Runners at the corners now, 2 outs. Hank seeing action for the first time in this series behind the plate, getting the start. 4 for 12. Swings through the off speed. Hank has a double and an RBI this year. This one's pulled to second base. Infante has it. And it comes to an end. 2 in the books here at the Big A. Tigers lead it 1-0. If you have any complaints about these questions, go ahead and send them to Gooby because he comes up with them on a daily basis. Which song has a bigger impact? Sweet Caroline in Boston, New York for the Yankees, or Buttercup for the Angels?
You know, we're up here rocking every time Buttercup comes on. You know that.
Hashtags are underneath each of those selections.
Only had a camera up here watching us rocking out with Buttercup on.
I cannot wait till we see the results of this one. 1-0 Tigers, top of the third. Martinez, Tuiasosopo, and Peralta.
I'm already moving around, getting ready for Buttercup.
Victor Martinez 0 for 1 as he swings the first one, lifts one up to shallow right. Howie battling the sunshine. He's there, puts it away, and there's the first out. Hey fans, 20-game flex plan presented by Farmer John is a great way to see Angels baseball and hear Buttercup here at the Big A. Select the 20 games you want to see and receive a ticket to Fan Appreciation Day. Buy your flex plan today at angels.com/mini-plans or by calling 888-796.
I got you pretty good today, haven't I?
I don't know why that question's amusing to me.
I don't either.
Here's
I'm trying to figure that out.
Tuiasosopo at the plate, and he'll look at a strike. Tuiasosopo with that fly ball to deep right field with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the first. He's 0 for 1.
Well, how about Neil Diamond coming out and singing that yesterday with all that Boston has gone through in the 8th inning, and then Boston comes back and hits a 3-run home run to win that game against Kansas City right after that song was played.
Check swing, he went around. 2 outs, second strikeout for Wilson. I mean, they're all obviously impactful. They kind of stay with you a little bit. Sweet Caroline when they do it. At the top of the 8th, I think it is.
Yes, not the normal 7th inning stretch song.
At New York, they play it when they win.
Yeah, never liked that one.
No.
Never like hearing that. Like the song, like when Frank Sinatra sings it, or used to sing it, I should say, but never liked it because the Yankees would mean they won the game.
In your mind, Frank is still singing.
I do believe so.
Live.
Yes. Still wishing I could hear it.
Peralta drew a walk and scored, leading off the second. One ball, one strike on the Tigers shortstop.
CJ with a good assortment of off-speed pitches so far. Got a quick one pitch out also.
It falls behind here, 2-1. CJ with 3 walks in that second inning. Fielded a bounce out with the bases loaded right back to the mound. Get out of it and limit it to just 1 run. 2-2. Peralta grounds one to short. Brendan Harris has a bobbles it down it. CJ with a 1-2-3 third. Right to the bottom of the third. And the Angels down 1-0. Bottom of the third inning. Coming up later on in the game, we'll have the Carl Jr. Sports Update. Dodgers lost 6 consecutive games going into today's action. The rolling Colorado Rockies. Rockies sitting atop the National League West. 2.5 game lead over the San Francisco Giants.
Who would ever guess that coming into the year?
9-1-2 for the Angels, down 1-0. Jimenez takes that pitch inside. Luis yesterday 1 for 4. Picked up a hit in that first inning and struck out 3 times. And that ball grazed him. The Angels get their leadoff man on.
Fisher's already hit 3 batters this year now. His 4th. That running fastball, late action, ends up hitting Jimenez on his hand. When looking out over the plate, runs in and gets him. Now you have an option here with Borges and his speed to be able to lay down a bunt.
Peter drops a bunt on the third base side. Cabrera was charging. He's got it. Sacrifice for Borges, advances Jimenez to second base.
Well, because Cabrera was able to play in with the thought process of an extra and a sacrifice bunt, he's able to make the play. If he's playing back at all, that's another infield hit for Borges. Well done as far as getting the job done, advancing the base runner into scoring position.
So Trout will come up 0 for 1. Fister made that nice play on the little slow roller between the mound and first base to get Trout. And fooled him on that breaking pitch. Seven doubles, 1 triple, a couple of home runs for Trout. And Bruce Strackman today wants to call strikes, it seems like.
Yeah, if you're around the strike zone, he's going to call it. Even though Pena was reaching back for that fastball, still got part of the plate and he called it.
Jimenez over at second. 1 ball, 1 strike. You know, Fisher is not an overpowering pitcher by any stretch of the imagination. But you talk about pitchers and their stuff. That ball gets on you in a hurry. Maybe it's his size and the downward plane that he creates, but all of a sudden the ball's got some life to it.
It's what we used to call sneaky fast.
Yeah.
Well, and if you're a hitter too, because he has such a good assortment of off-speed pitches, you're always generally looking off-speed. And he'll cut a fastball like he did there. He'll run the 2-seam fastball inside. And when you look what he may do now on a 2-1 count, you got to believe he's going to throw either a slider or a changeup here.
Fister listed at 6'8", product of Fresno State University. Mariners 7th round pick in 06. Trout's ahead of the count at 2 balls and a strike. Off speed, and it's fouled off.
He went off speed, and if you notice, you're watching the game on TV, Pena has his fingernails painted to be able to see that as a pitcher. Even sometimes in the day with a shadow, as the catcher tries to hide the sign, just in case somebody can look in, whether you're a base coach or somebody from second base, you want to be able to have your fingers like that to be able to see easier if you're a pitcher on the mound.
2-2 now. Pujols on deck. Breaking pitch rolled towards short. Peralta has it, and that's an infield base hit. Peralta laid back on it.
Boy, that's crazy fast going down the line if you're Mike Trout. Well, if you're a shortstop, you think that's a routine play. If you're a pitcher, you think you made a quality pitch against a good hitter to get an out. That breaking pitch is down and away. Really, the transfer was pretty good. But Trout just got down there exceptionally fast with the help of Alfredo Griffin at first.
That's one of those plays as a shortstop, going the speed of Trout or even Borges to extent. You got to keep charging that ball and throw off balance.
Well, you can see clearly beat it out. I mean, that's fast getting down that line.
Here's Albert, who struck out swinging in the first inning. Runners at the corners. The Halos down 1-0. Albert swings and misses on the slow curveball.
He's thrown Albert a lot of off-speed pitches, forcing Albert to try to stay back. Now you think in terms of with the speed of Mike Trout stealing a base, but Fister is very, very good slowing down a running game. There's 2 stolen bases against him last year in 8 attempts.
Halos only have 3 stolen bases on the season. Trout has 1. Kendrick has 2.
That the one fastball Pujols may get in this at bat. That was more for show to run down and in. See if he can get Albert hit the ball on the ground.
Jackson shallow in center. 2 balls and a strike.
It almost looked like Drakeman was going to call that a strike. Thought about it.
Jimenez standing at third. Trout over at first. This inning started when Jimenez was hit by the pitch. Just kind of a grazing of his uniform. Sack bunt by Borges. The infield base hit by Trout. Two one. Off speed. Lays off. Hamilton's on deck.
Well, you would think a fastball is coming for Pujols now. The last at bat for Pujols, he threw him a slider. So Leland putting on a sign just in case there's movement from Mike Trout at first.
That is lined to third and off the glove of Cabrera and into left field. Trout was on the move, heads to third. He's going to be waved in. The throw from Tuiasa Sopo is not in time, and the Angels have a 2-1 lead. What easily could have been an inning-ending double play if Cabrera catches it with Trout on the move turns into a 2-base error, I would assume, and a lead for the Halos.
And that's the chance you take if you send a runner in those spots. Trout's going. Maybe Cabrera looks up or hears that somebody's going, unable to make the play, but right at him. Top hand spin on that baseball, but off his glove, and Trout scores all the way from first base going. Unbelievable speed for Mike Trout.
Albert ends up at second base. Hamilton looks at a strike. Hamilton, they went back up the middle that grazed the glove of Pfister and right to Peralta in his second inning at bat. So he's 0 for 1.
But getting back to that run scored by Mike Trout, that is absolutely amazing. And credit Dino Evil for not hesitating. Send him. He picked him up right away at third base and send him home on that play. That's just fabulous speed for Mike Trout.
Albert gets credit for a double and 2 runs batted in. Sixth of the year for Pujols. 0-2, and it hit him.
Cut fastball in. 5th batter that Pfister has hit this year. It's the elbow and jersey area. Jeff Jones going to go out to talk to Pfister right now. Really, when you look at this inning, really should be nothing going on, yet the Angels have scored 2, and they have 2 men on, still with only 1 out.
Hit batter, the sac bunt, the infield base hit by Trout that looked like a routine ground ball to short. Pujols liner off the glove of Cabrera that should have been a double play with Trout on the move. And ended the inning, and now you've got Hamilton at first being hit by a pitch.
Well, how often do we say when you have runners moving that mistakes are made in the field? And that's the thing. When you have speed and you have people moving, defenders don't make those plays all the time.
Trumbo swings through the first one. Mark drew a walk in the second. The only free pass that Pfister's allowed today. Pfister also with a couple of strikeouts. 3 total hits allowed. 2-1 Angels here in the third. Pujols at second. Hamilton at first. This one's fouled back. Just above us.
Boy, the Angels offensively have caught some breaks in this series, and they've capitalized on that. Some infield hits yesterday results in 9 runs scored, 10 hits in the first inning, which is a club record. Some breaks here in this inning.
Here's the 0-2. Missed outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bouncer toward third. Cabrera fields it cleanly, feeds Infante for one to relay. Low throw, gets away from fielder. That'll bring home a run. Trumbo is going to end up at third base. 3-1 Angels.
Boy, and the brace continue for the Angels and score another run. Like it could have been a potential inning-ending double play, but Infante throws it away, although it looked like Trumbo might have beat it out. But a hard slide results in a low throw, and fielder unable to get that low throw.
So Howie Kendrick will step up. 3-1 Halos, 2 outs, and Trumbo standing at third. Now he's singled into second. Nice job by Pena.
Well, this is a club coming into the game only committed 2 errors as a team the entire year, which is best in the American League. Well, we talked about it before. That range can be deceiving as far as errors made.
First of the year for Infante. Now he bounces one over to first, or towards first base. Infante throws the off-balance throw, and the inning comes to an end. The Angels score 3 times, and after 3, they lead at 3-1.
The Junior Angels Kids Club, presented by Farrell's Ice Cream Parlor Restaurants, is now accepting members. Members receive a Mike Trout jersey, 2 ticket vouchers, Farrell's gifts, and more. Sign up today at angels.com/Junior Angels or at Southern California's Farrell's locations.
Top of the 4th inning. Halos up by the score of 3-1.
Still unbelievable that he scored from first base on that ball, even though he's going. Ball has trickled off the glove of Cabrera at third into the outfield and scores.
And Tuyas is open playing a deeper left field. That's one of the arms that Dino Abel certainly will challenge, and did. 8-9-1 for the Tigers. Pena, the catcher, up. Looks at a strike. CJ threw 9 pitches in that 3rd inning. Had himself a 1-2-3 frame. See if we can repeat that and get that shutdown inning. Get the offense back up. Pena, Infante, and Jackson. 0-2 now. Brian Pena, the catcher, 0-for-1. Hit a fly ball to left in the 2nd. That was a terrific diving play that Trout made. That's a ground ball to the left side, and Chris Dreckman calls it foul. Have a delayed call. It looked like it hit him.
He sold it well, but looked like he got it right off the foot. Cut fastball in. Off the top of the foot. Very painful. Now if you're CJ, come right back in with another cut fastball.
Oh, 2 pitch. In the dirt. Bouncer back toward the middle. Smothered by Wilson. And the shot put to first. Gets him.
Have some work done on that uniform after the game. You don't see pitchers with dirt on their uniform, but C.J. Wilson's been all over that mound today. Be able to make the play, get that first out.
Five in a row retired by Wilson since giving up the walk to Cabrera to load the bases in the second. Infante 1 for 1. He had a single in the second. Shows bunt, looks at a strike.
Well, Keith Tarter, the home equipment manager for the Angels, has got to be thinking, I'm not going to have to worry about getting dirt off the pitcher's uniform, but C.J. Wilson's been diving for that ground ball up the middle 3 times today.
He's going to have to shout it out.
Yes.
0-2. Austin Jackson is on deck. Here's the 0-2. In the air, hit well out toward left center field. Borges puts the glasses down and on the warning track will make the catch for round number 2. Borges wearing the old school flip down glasses out in the outfield.
He had that good first step initially to be able to run it down and then be able to put the glasses down. Run that down on the warning track. Good play by Peter Borges.
Used to be able with the old school ones just tap the bill of your cap as you run and they flip right down.
Borges so fast he could do it all.
Just the wind itself.
Yes.
Jackson looks at a strike. Austin, the center fielder for the Tigers, is 0 for 2. Did pick up an RBI as he reached on the fielder's choice in the second. 7th of the year. Little bouncer to third. Jimenez has it. Wilson has himself a shutdown inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th. Tigers trailing the Angels by the score 3-1. Baseball is brought to you by AT&T. Rethink possible. And by Kia. Visit your Southern California Kia retailers or mysocalkia.com. Bottom third of the order for the Halos here in the bottom of the fourth. The Angels leading it by the score of 3-1. Gorgeous day for baseball. Warm afternoon. Wilson has retired the last 7 in a row. Doug Fister back to work. Brendan Harris takes a strike. Harris reached on a fielder's choice in the second, so he's 0 for 1. He's followed by Hank Conger and then Luis Jimenez. Fister came into today's start with a 3-0 record, a 2.70 ERA. 1-2 now. 10-10 for the Tigers last year, 26 starts. 3.45 ERA in his first full season with Detroit. He's acquired from the Mariners 2 seasons ago, the Charlie Furbush deal. And the 1-2. This low. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He does everything well. He fields his position well. We've seen in the game. Slows down a running game. Throws a lot of strikes. Gives innings to Jim Leyland. Perfect complement to the power pitchers they have in their rotation.
2-2, and that's line to left. A hanging breaking ball. Harris is on board to lead off his fourth.
Number 16, catcher, Hank Conger.
What a slow breaking pitch that Brendan Harris was able to track. Up in the strike zone, middle part of the plate, and a good approach and swing from Brendan Harris, getting another base hit.
Hank Conger up. He's 0 for 1. That grounded out to second base.
In that play put on a lot by design to see if Hank Conger would square around the bunt, which would be odd here, especially with the hole created with Harris at first and Prince Fielder at the hold him on. It's big space for Hank Conger to hit through.
Tigers not moving around a whole lot defensively. Especially the shifts on. As foul tipped that one. Harris will head back to first.
Boy, as a hitter, you have to tell yourself to stay back against Doug Fister. Real good changeup. It's nearly 20% of his pitches changeups. Between that, his slow curveball and slider.
This one pulled foul at the first base line. One ball, 2 strikes on Hank Conger. Harris standing at first base, leadoff single for him. 4th hit of the afternoon for the Angels.
Prince Fielder tried to keep that tag on Brendan Harris after diving back, and when he got up on off the ground, almost able to keep that tag on long enough to see if there was daylight between the hand and the base.
Swing and a miss. 1 out. 3rd strikeout for Fister. They'll bring up Luis Jimenez.
Now you have a potential hit and run situation. Jimenez has been making good contact. Harris good enough speed to put a hit and run on for Mike Scioscia.
Harris takes off. This one sliced into the seats.
Just like we thought Mike Scioscia would do, put the hit and run early in the game. A lot of times you wait around to see a pitch or two. But Harris got a pretty good jump. And Jimenez had a pretty good pitch to go the other way, but just fouled it off to the right side.
Tigers got a run in the second inning. Fielder's choice RBI for Austin Jackson. Halos scored 3 times in the third. It's down low. 1 ball, 1 strike. A couple of hit batters for Pfister. A couple of hits allowed. Big error by Infante.
Doug Pfister, once again, we talked about the quadrants of the home plate area. Will pitch inside, up and in, down and in. With that sinker there. Breaking pitch away at the knees, and will try to paint upstairs.
Big swing and a miss on the slow curveball. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts. Looked like Jimenez is thinking about the breaking ball. Got the fastball.
Yeah, he had him fooled on that when he had there a 73-mile-an-hour curveball. Tried to shorten up his swing, but that fastball we talked about being sneaky fast. 91. Unable to make contact.
Looking for the local, getting the express.
That's the thing about what makes Pfister special on the mound, because he changes speed so well and throws it for strikes.
And Borges gets hit. 3rd hit batter of the game. The Halos would take it in that they get 2 men on with 2 outs here, and Trout comes up.
Let's take a look at our Chevy leaders as far as batting average in the American League. AL leaders, the Angels lead in the American League in hitting now 287, followed by the Tigers at 278. The Yankees 270. The Royals at 267, and Baltimore still playing pretty good baseball this year, too, at 264.
Trout 1 for 2. Infield base hit and a run scored in the 3rd. Harris at 2nd, Borges at 1st. .64 pitches thrown by the big right-hander. 38 strikes, 4 punch outs, 1 walk, but 3 hit batters. Trout tired of waiting.
I think Pfister wanted that changeup called on the outside corner. Executed this pitch very well. Got a lot of that outside corner, as a matter of fact, but didn't get the call.
A pretty good frame job by Pena, too. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1-2.
74-mile-an-hour curveball, 83-mile-an-hour changeup, followed by a 74-mile-an-hour curveball. That 20-mile differential between his slowest curveball at 72 and his fastball, that 4-seam fastball at 92.
Here's the 1-2. Ground ball to 2nd. Infante's got it. The inning comes to an end. No runs, 1 hit, 2 left on for the books. 3-1 Angels. affected by this week's tragedies both in Boston and West Texas. Please support onefundboston.org for those affected in Boston. 3-1 Angels lead it here, top of the 5th inning. C.J. Wilson has a couple of strikeouts, 3 walks, 4 hits allowed. So the ball much better of late. 7 consecutive batters retired since the walk to Cabrera in the 2nd. And he'll face the heart of the order for the Tigers here in the 5th. It'll be Hunter, Cabrera, and Fielder. Torrey 1 for 1, singled in the 1st, walked in the 2nd. Two balls and no strikes.
Right, it's the big part of the lineup. You mentioned that, Victor, the heart of the lineup for the Tigers here. You don't want to give up any free passes. The first 11 batters that CJ faced, he only threw first pitch to 5 of them, but then got on a good streak of 8 batters faced, 8 first pitches thrown before falling behind here with Torrey Hunter.
3 balls and no strikes. Wilson threw 28 pitches in the 1st, 29 in the 2nd. Much better the last 2 innings. 9 in the 3rd, 10 in the 4th. Comes right out, falls behind at 3 balls and no strikes from Miguel Cabrera on deck. Angels up by just 2. And a 4-pitch walk. That's the 4th walk issued by Wilson. So that's been an issue for him all season long. It gives him 15 walks on the year in 22+ innings. And Cabrera's looked awfully comfortable against CJ in his first 2 plate appearances. One resulted in a base hit to left, the other in a walk.
And he was tracking a lot of those pitches out of the strike zone his last at bat.
No 1. Not a very big lead for Hunter at first base. Check swing, looked like it went around, and Bruce Dreckman rings him up. And 2-2.
And that time thinking fastball inside after the first pitch was fastball away. Stands in his strike zone and swings at that hard slider in the dirt. Good shot by Hank Conger to keep that baseball in front of him, also not allowing Torrey Hunter to advance to second.
So 2 tied him up. Down goes Cabrera. There's out number 1.
A 3-pitch strikeout for CJ against Cabrera. Fastball away, back-to-back hard sliders down and in. That's a perfect pitch. When you're ahead 0-2, you can throw it down and in. The best you can do as a hitter is foul that off once you commit the swing. You can't keep that ball fair. Good decision by CJ Wilson.
Here's Fielder. Infield base hit for him in the 1st. Bouncer back to the mound in the 2nd. Good reaction, too. When you see a hitter like Fielder who has good numbers against the left-handed pitcher, that's a pretty good pitch.
Yes, no question. He's able to throw that in the strike zone. So important. Now you can go a baseball or so off the outside corner with the breaking ball because you establish you can throw for a strike.
He's gotten Fielder, too, on fastballs in on the hands. Conger set up outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
It seems like when you're looking at Prince right now, he's almost guessing fastball in. A bit further off the plate, hips are open, he's going to guess in. So if CJ's going to go with a fastball in, it better be off the plate.
So you've thus unlocked the outside part of the plate, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
In theory, anyway.
Now, up and away becomes a hittable pitch for a fielder, but down and away, very difficult for him to be able to have that type of plate coverage against C.J. Wilson.
Here's the 1-1. That's hit in the air to right field. Hit well. Hamilton is back, and this game is tied up at 3. They tried to come back inside, and Fielder picks up his 5th home run of the season, now with 21 runs batted in.
Well, just like we thought. He already had those hips open. He was committed to that part of the plate. And if you're going to go in, it had to be well off the plate in. Fielder did not miss that one. In and down, no doubt about it.
Doesn't help matters either. A 4-pitch walk to start the inning to Torrey Hunter, putting that man on, essentially bringing the tying run to the plate.
Well, great balance through that swing, catches that fastball out in front because he's looking and hoping that CJ makes a mistake in that part of the plate.
So tied at 3, bases clear, 1 out. Here's Victor Martinez. Martinez 0 for 2. Strikeout in the first, a pop-up on the first pitch he saw in the third. It's the 3rd home run allowed by Wilson this year.
First versus a left-handed batter.
And now we're back to 2 balls and no strikes.
So your mindset as a pitcher right now, it's a 0-0 game. It's tied. Get back into attacking the strike zone. Trust your offense.
Martinez out all of last year with the ACL tear and the surgery. 177 this season. 2-2 now. Coming up with the Cleveland Indians. Catcher. Spent some time in Boston.
Great guy to talk to. Very good hitter. Very good with runners in scoring position. That's what they missed last year at times, the Tigers.
Bouncer to third. Jimenez plays the short hop. There's time. There's out number 2.
What, Jimenez looks so comfortable at third base. Fielding the baseball, knowing he has a strong arm, he can gather himself and make this throw across the diamond.
Tough play, too, in that you got to make the decision either to come in on that ball or play the short hop. Played that short hop. Played it rather easily.
A lot of confidence both at the plate and in the field.
Yep. Here's Tuiasosopo, the left fielder. 0 for 2. Fly to right and a strikeout. Tied at 3 here in the 5th. Fielder with a 2-run shot, knotting this game up. Tuiasosopo, 26 years of age. 3rd round pick by the Mariners in 04. It's down low. 2 balls and a strike. He had limited action in the big leagues prior to this season. 71 games in the big leagues. 14 with Seattle in 08, 7 in 09, and 50 in 2010. Puts this one in the air to shallow right field. Josh Hamilton comes in. He's under it. Well, the inning comes to an end. But on the 4-pitch fielder with 1 swing of the bat ties things up as we head to the bottom of the 5th. It's a 3-3 tie.
cold, Coors Light, cold hard fact, especially where the Angels have been swinging of late with runners in scoring position. First 12 games, it's a 129 average. Last 3, though, 17 for 34 with 24 RBI for the red-hot Angel lineup. Today's cold hard fact is brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light.
Albert Pujols looks at a breaking ball for his strike. 3, 4, and 5 for the Angels here in the 5th, tied at 3. Albert followed by Josh Hamilton and Mark Trumbo. 0-2 count.
Similar pattern each at bat for Pujols. Slow curve to start with, two-seam fastball down and in, followed up generally by something slow away.
One ball, 2 strikes. Albert's 1 for 2, had a 2 RBI double. That's the ball that went off the glove of Cabrera at third base. 6th double, now with 13 RBIs. Here comes the 1-2. Outside. Fastball. 2-2. 3 hits. Or pardon me, 3 runs on 5 hits. 1 error. 6 left on for the Tigers. 3 runs, 4 hits. No errors. 5 left on for the Angels. Fielder tying it up at the top of the inning. His 5th home run.
He's going to go changeup or two-seam in.
Full count.
Second full count of the game for Doug Fister.
There's a payoff. And a called strike 3. Albert thought he had worked a walk. He's punched down. 5th strikeout of the afternoon for Fister.
3-2 changeup for Fister. Look, he might have got the bottom part of the strike zone, and it did. Middle part of the plate, bottom quadrant of the strike zone for him.
So Tigers defensively in the infield, overshift with Hamilton up. Josh is 0 for 1. Hit by a pitch the last time up.
Well, so often you see Josh Hamilton guessing first pitch fastball. That's a fastball that he would like to get back. 88-mile-an-hour fastball in the inner half. Got 2 career home runs against Fister.
0-2 pitch. It's a breaking ball that's in the dirt.
Only 6 times in this game, Fister's been ahead of the count. 0-2.
Roller up the first base line, foul. Count remains at a ball and 2 strikes. Trumbo is on deck. Fister with 5 strikeouts, 1 walk, and 4 hits allowed. 3 hit batters. Another 1-2. Down and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 78 pitches for the right-hander.
I think he might throw that slow curveball now.
Got him out in front with that changeup.
Very effective with his off-speed pitch, whether it's his curveball or changeup.
Yeah, a lot of it has to do too. Not only is he able to spot all of his pitches, the fact that, you know, at 6'8", he's one of those lanky guys. A lot of arms and legs coming at you. And that arm speed kind of fools you.
He's got great deception.
Breaking pitch, hooked into right field. Torres coming on, and he'll make the catch. 2 outs. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Los Angeles Angels and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts or descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Angels Baseball LP. 2 outs here. Nobody on. Mark Trumbo steps up. Tied at 3 here in the 5th. Mark has walked and reached on the fielder's choice. This pitch breaking ball is up and in. Here's the 1-0. That slow curveball has been effective against right-handers today.
Well, he's so quick through it and then slow over the top. 12-6 break on his curveball, a true curveball. A lot of times you'll see guys with the break 11-5 type action on the curveball. This is straight up and down. And he could paint his changeup.
Yeah.
You don't see that too often. Most times with a changeup, you get the hitter out in front and they swing and get themselves out with that pitch. He can hit both sides of the plate with his changeup.
Inside, grounded past. No, diving stop by Cabrera. Nice job as he gets up close. Trumbo out. Terrific play by the reigning American League most valuable players. The Angels go down in order. We are through 5, still tied.
Head and shoulder moment with the whiff. C.J. Wilson facing the reigning MVP. Paints a fastball first pitch to Cabrera. Hard slider down and in. He's able to get the swing and miss on the whiff against Miguel Cabrera. One of his 3 strikeouts in the game for C.J. Wilson.
Top of the 6th inning, tied at 3. Tigers here in the 6th inning will have the bottom third, Peralta, Pena, and Infante. Peralta, the shortstop, walked and scored in the 2nd, grounded out to Brendan Harris in the 3rd inning. He's 0 for 1. '95th pitch of the afternoon for CJ is upstairs. All 3 previous starts for Wilson. He's gone just 6. Peralta fouls it back. 1-1. Three strikeouts and 4 walks. 5 hits allowed. Old foul.
The thing is, too, 2 of those walks end up scoring. Mentioned Peralta in the 2nd, and Torrey Hunter in the 5th. Garrett Richards was so good yesterday. No walks, 8 punch-outs, 99 pitches thrown in 7 innings. You hold this Tiger team to just 2 hits and no runs, you're dealing.
Great outing for him. One of the 2 longest outings for a starter this year.
Looks like now there's action down in the bullpen for the Angels with CJ at 100 pitches.
Swing and a miss. Down goes Peralta. There's the first down here in the 6th.
3-2 count. Goes upstairs with the fastball. They get a swing and miss as Peralta continues to struggle. Again, CJ just 1 for 19 in his career versus CJ Wilson.
Big right-hander Dane De La Rosa getting ready. Brian Pena, the catcher, is down low. Pena's 0 for 2. Fly ball to left and a bouncer. Back to the mound. This one pulled softly over to third base. Hernandez has it. 2 down. And on Saturday, the Big A will host a memorabilia sale inside Gate 3 Courtyard from 9 to 12 p.m. Game used jerseys, bats, balls, cleats, and more will be available for purchase. All proceeds will benefit the Angels Baseball Foundation. If you want more information, just log on at angels.com/community.
Might have to check that out.
Next Saturday, you come in from Seattle.
I have that kind of connection to fly back and forth.
You're rocking the G5, heading on down to Southern California.
Get some used game jerseys.
Pull right up to the gate at John Wayne.
They'll say, "Hey, welcome back."
The limo, go to the memorabilia sale.
Yes.
And be back in Seattle for first pitch, huh? I like it. That's how you roll. 0-1. Infante takes a strike. 0-2. And Infante kind of glancing back to Bruce Streckman. Second baseman's 1 for 2 with a single in the second. One ball, 2 strikes. Halos in the bottom of the 6th. We'll have Kendrick, Harris, and Conger coming up. 6, 7, and 8. 1-2 foul back.
CJ trying to get Infante out, put himself in position to be able to get a win potentially. Next inning, though, with 3 right-handed batters leading off. Top of the 7th with the pitch count now. It's going to be at least 108 for him. Probably be done after this batter.
Check swing. He went around. No, he didn't. First base umpire Clint Fagan says he did not go. Pretty close.
Almost looked like he committed to swinging there. Better view here, side angle. Looked like he crossed the plate.
This one in the air down the left field line. Trout moving over to his right, makes the catch, and Wilson with a 1-2-3 inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th inning, still tied at 3.
Wilson's afternoon is over now with the score tied at 3. 6 innings pitched for him, 109 pitches thrown, 4 walks, 4 Ks. Retired the last 5 batters. Still in position if the Angels can score here to pick up the W.
Howie Kendrick leading things off, takes the breaking ball in the dirt. Howie's 1 for 2. Got a base hit in the second inning. One ball, 1 strike. Cabrera playing in over at third base, just about even with the bag. '87th pitch thrown by Doug Fister here this afternoon. It's a guy that frequently will go north of the century mark and pitches thrown in a game.
Boy, back-to-back changeups for him, too. He can run that changeup. He can almost have that changeup have a split finger action, go straight down in the strike zone also.
Right-hander, not afraid to throw a right-handed batter a changeup.
Boy, and that's something you really never do too often.
Slow bouncer back to the mound. Fister has it. 1 away. Let's go back to our Carl's Jr. Sports Update. We mentioned that the Dodgers had a 6-game losing streak. That got snapped today. They defeated the Baltimore Orioles 7-4 in the finale of that set there in Baltimore, including the doubleheader last night. And the Rockies sitting a 2.5-game lead in the National League West. Surprising Rockies.
And the Dodgers were behind in that game in the 5th inning in Baltimore, 4-1 before scoring 4 runs there at the top of the 5th to take that lead. The Rockies winning their game already against Arizona, 3-0.
Walt Weiss, new skipper.
No major league experience as far as a manager coaching high school baseball.
That in itself is experience enough.
Oh, trust me.
Harris looks on strike. It's 0-2. Former American League Rookie of the Year, Walt Weiss. Had a chance to spend some time with him and hit the Florida Marlins back in '93.
Good guy.
Great guy. Awesome guy. Happy for him. 0-2 to Brennan. And he's pulled over to third and off the glove of Cabrera. That ball has found Cabrera today. Tuiasosopo bobbles it. Harris remains at first base.
Just leaned over off the end of the glove for Cabrera. He made a real nice play to end the 5th inning. A well-hit baseball by Mark Trumbo. Upset with himself, not able to make that play.
Base hit for Harris, his second of the game. He's been on board 3 times. The other was a fielder's choice. Hank has seen a healthy diet of off-speed pitches. Gets another one there and fouls it backward. On the mask. And the swing there.
Follow through on the swing. Slow 73-mile-an-hour curveball out in front. And then a backswing got him square right on the mask. Dreckman helped him up. I mean, he had a chance to fall straight back. You'll see that on occasion, especially with a slow breaking ball because the hitter's out in front and the follow through. As a catcher, you're trying to reach out to be able to get that baseball, and then the follow through itself and the backswing gets him.
Kevin Rand, the trainer. Jim Leland out to pay a visit. Pena's all right. 0-1 count on Hank. Tigers grounded out and struck out. One of 5 strikeouts for Doug Fister. Luis Jimenez is on deck.
There's 2 things you have to look into when you look at stats. We looked at this series coming in. The Tigers coming into this series only had 1 error committed as far as defensively. But the reality is the range itself. Yes, they're making plays when they're right at them. But that range, unable to get to some ground balls. We saw it yesterday in the game. That first inning in particular, and sometimes even during the course of this game. And another one of those stats, too, is pitchers' batting average against. Well, sometimes you don't give up a lot of hits, but then you look up and you've walked 4 or 5 guys per game. It's that whip is the big thing for me as far as a pitcher. Walks and hits allowed per inning.
little chin music. 2 balls and a strike.
And he will throw a little cut fastball too to keep left-handed batters honest as far as looking out over the plate.
Two-one, pulled to second. Infante has it. Feeds Peralta for 1. The relay in time. Inning double play. We are through 6 now. Still tied at 3.
Now it's time to look at our Coors Light freeze cam. Josh Hamilton leading off the game. Austin Jackson thinks he has a base hit in the right field, but Josh Hamilton with a great read, aggressively diving, able to make the play to start off the game with some solid defense for Josh Hamilton and the Angels. Freeze cam is brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light.
Top of the 7th here at the Big A. We are tied at 3. That's Dane De La Rosa, the big right-hander. Our in and out, who's in, who's out. De La Rosa takes over for C.J. Wilson, who worked 6 innings today. 5 hits, 1 home run, 3 runs all earned, 4 strikeouts, 4 walks. De La Rosa's done a nice job for the Angels. Acquired this before the season started from the Tampa Bay Rays in exchange for Steve Geltz. 6 games, a 2.57 ERA. He'll face the top of the order here in Jackson, Hunter, and Cabrera. Jackson's 0 for 3 today. Did reach on the fielder's choice in the second. Picked up an RBI, 7th of the year. Second time that De La Rosa's pitched in this series. Pitched at 9th Friday night, gave up a run.
Well located 94-mile-an-hour fastball for De La Rosa. Right on the outside corner at the knees.
A little bit high. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. De La Rosa, product of Riverside Community College. Two and two.
Another great fastball at 94. Go right back out there at the same spot.
But the NBA playoffs going on. You get Pfister and now De La Rosa out on the mound.
It's a pretty good jump ball.
No doubt. Now the 2-2. Pretty good pitch. Just missed. 96-mile-per-hour fastball. Full count.
Conger sitting right up on the corner, just off the corner. Especially after you've thrown 2 out there, you're surprised that Jackson did not go out and attack that pitch.
Now the 3-2. Swing and a miss. Down goes Jackson, 1 away. MLB.com at bat is the #1 source for live baseball everywhere you go. It's available for iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry 10. At bat delivers Angels baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, news, highlights, and more. Just text at bat to 31826 or log on at angels.com for more details. 1 out, nobody on for Torrey Hunter, who's been on board 3 times today. A single and a couple of walks. He's also scored a run. Torrey swings to the first one. It's a towering shot to shallow right. Howie Kendrick, glasses gleaming, is there, puts the catch.
Boy, nice job by Howie, because initially when that baseball was up, Mark Trumbo is running back, trying to find it. Same thing with Josh Hamilton, but Howie had a good beat on it right away. Josh had a good smile because I don't know if he saw that ball right away.
I'm not sure how he did, or if he did. He was struggling to stay with it. Fortunately, he did, making that catch.
Does a good job as far as getting his glove up, not only with the sunglasses on too, but he does a good job as far as shielding the sun with his glove.
So 2 outs, bases clear now for Cabrera. Third baseman is 1 for 2. Single back in the first, a walk and a strikeout. Slow breaking ball in for a strike.
Good tilt to that breaking ball for De La Rosa.
One is a strike. 1-2. De La Rosa's had limited experience in the big leagues. 5 appearances for the Rays last year. Just 5 innings of work, 5 strikeouts. One-two fastball up and away.
That's why you try to get ahead of the count, because you can afford to try to challenge even a good hitter like Cabrera with a fastball away just off the corner at 97. And you may see that slow curveball from him.
Got to keep it down.
And away.
Fielders on deck. Tied at 3 here in the 7th.
That's the veteran getting a close call over the youngster at 97. That's right on the corner.
Great spot. Full count.
You can't place it any better.
Now the 3-2. Breaking ball. Got him looking down. Goes Cabrera. 1-2-3 inning for De La Rosa. 7th inning stretch time here at the Big A. We are tied at 3 as we turn things over for God Bless America.
On Sunday, we ask that you please rise and remove your caps for the performance of God Bless America. That will be followed by Take Me Out to the Ball Game, and our thoughts and prayers will go out to those affected by the tragic events in Boston as we play Sweet Caroline. Now please join Dawn Wright.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home sweet
SoCal Ram dealers. Visit ramtrucks.com today. And by 76, we're on the driver's side. Bottom of the 7th inning here at the Big A. 3-3 ties. The Angels set up 9-1-2 against the starter, Doug Fister. Jimenez, Borges, and Trout. Tall right-hander, 96 pitches so far, 5 strikeouts, 1 walk, 3 hit batters, and he has scattered 5 hits. Jimenez swings and misses on the breaking ball, and it's 0-1. Luis hit by a pitch and scored a run in the 3rd inning, struck out in the 4th. Well, what a pitch by Dane De La Rosa to freeze Miguel Cabrera in the 7th.
Well, just missed the pitch before at 97 on the corner. Got the benefit of a close call with that big breaking ball to finish off the inning.
This one hit towards short. Peralta bobbles it for a second. And a bad throw. Jimenez is on board. Error on Peralta, his 2nd of the year. Leadoff man is on board for the Angels as the Tigers have action going in their bullpen.
A slow breaking ball gets Jimenez out in front. Looks like it's going to be a routine play, but the bobble and the high throw to first, now you put a lot of pressure on the defense once again. Bobble, high throw. Now you have to deal with Borges in a sacrifice situation with a lot of speed.
Borges pops up the bunt. 0-1 count.
Looked like Peter was trying to bunt that ball to the first base side. Fielder holding Jimenez at first. If he gets that ball down the first base line, that may be a base hit.
Borges with a strikeout, a sac bunt, and a hit by pitch, so he's 0 for 1. Cabrera in on the grass at 3rd. That's down and away.
A lot of times in sacrifice situations, the pitcher will try to throw a high fastball. But Fister has that slow curve, which is also a difficult pitch to bunt.
There's a bunt on the 3rd base line. Pena's got it, spins around, pulls the first, not in time, an infield base hit.
With that speed of Peter Borges, we talked about the pressure on a defense because of that play is not made to lead off the inning. That curveball, difficult ball to bunt. Pena's slight bobble himself. Unable to get Borges at first. Gathered himself well, strong throw, but a slight little bobble allows Borges to get another hit in this series. His 7th hit in this series.
So 1st and 2nd, nobody out here in the 7th. Here's Mike Trout. 1 ball, no strikes. We go back to a Hyundai key to the game.
About I drive your truck, a guy that can ignite the offense. We showed it with the glove and with his ability to get on early and score with his speed, a chance to give the Angels the lead here.
Slow breaking ball is in there. He's seen a couple of those today. Al Albuquerque, the right-hander, Phil Coke, the lefty, going for the Tigers.
When you have that pitch count go up that it is for Fister, that breaking ball may not be quite as crisp now.
1-1 pitch, chopper to short. Feed to the first, in time, a double play. Jimenez ends up at 3rd base.
Well, it almost looked like Jimenez dove well before the base at 3rd base, too. Trying to avoid the ground ball, the hard hit ground ball by Mike Trout. The only way you're going to be able to turn 2. Nice job as far as turning a double play by Infante with the hard slide from Borges. Just got him.
2nd double play turned by the Tigers. Consecutive innings, as a matter of fact. Conger hit into one to finish off the 6th inning. Jeff Jones is out there. You got Pujols up. First base is open. You've got Phil Coke ready to go on the pen if you wanted to go with the matchup with Hamilton on deck.
I believe he's going to start him off with that slow curveball once again. His pattern has been slow curveball, two-seam fastball off the plate in, then back to off speed.
Albert 1 for 3. 2 RBI double in the third. Jimenez representing the go-ahead run, standing at third base. Now time is called by Pena.
Just one wild pitch thrown this year by Pfister.
One ball, no strikes.
Now it looks like they may end up walking him. And that means more than likely that's it for Pfister.
Yep.
That's a bad feeling when you're on the mound. You have to walk a guy knowing you're putting another base runner on, but now they're going to go to the bullpen.
Watch out.
And that was what was that World Series game where we saw, was it Cincinnati? Oakland World Series where they were pitching out, walking a guy, and they were able to get a ball close enough to the strike zone, fighting in for a base hit. That was close.
1990.
I think more of my time in the 70s with the A's in Cincinnati.
I just want to see a reaction.
I knew you were going to do it.
That was 1990 with a question mark. Big question mark.
Yeah.
And they're going to let Pfister pitch to Hamilton with Coke ready to go in the pen. Bounce out, hit by pitch, and a fly ball to right. Tied at 3 here in the bottom of the 7th.
And that's a lot of trust in your pitcher if you're Jim Leyland, because Hamilton gets a base hit. That's the first question that's going to be asked. Why did you not go to Phil Coke, lefty versus lefty?
.110 pitches thrown by the right-hander so far. The 1-0 pitch. Foul. This one off the screen. Count is evened up at a ball and a strike.
Look at the numbers for the starters for the Tigers. ERA 3.48. The bullpen ERA 4.77. So Jim Leyland is going with his strong suit as far as his pitching staff, the starting staff.
Josh ahead of the count now, 2-1. Outfield straight around. Torrey maybe deeper by maybe a step or two in right field. Fielder playing behind Pujols at first, and Jimenez is the base runner at third. This is line to center field. It might hang up for Jackson. It does. The inning comes to an end. We are through 7 here at the Big A. Still tied at 3. Angels baseball is brought to you by AT&T UVerse TV. Check availability at 1-800-PICK-AT&T. Rethink possible. And by CarMax, start the search for your next car at CarMax. CarMax, start here. Top of the 8th inning here at the Big A. We are tied at 3. Doug Fister done after 7 innings of work, 113 pitches, 3 runs, 2 earned, 5 strikeouts, 2 walks, and 3 hit batters. The Angels have left 7 base runners on against Fister. And the Angels, as a matter of fact, will go to the bullpen themselves. Dane De La Rosa went 1 inning. He pitched 1-2-3 7th, and Mike Scioscia turns the ball over now to Sean Burnett, who will be pitching in his 10th game.
He's done a nice job. He got game 1 of the series to get Prince Fielder to hit into a double play, a key spot of that game. Facing him once again here. ERA 1.29 for Sean Burnett, who was very solid last year for the Nationals coming out of the bullpen.
Fielder, Martinez, and Tuiasa Sopo, the scheduled 3 guys here in the 8th. Prince Fielder 2 for 3 today. Singled in the 1st, a bouncer back to the mound in the 2nd, a 2-run home run that tied things up in the 5th. 0-1.
A strong start of the year for Fielder. 343 batting average with 21 RBI.
An 0-2 count. Fielder back to Dreckman.
And Sean Burnett throws across his body so well. He creates tremendous deception. Very difficult to pick up. And a fastball just on the inside corner at 88.
Breaking pitch just missed down and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Sean pitched Friday night, went 2/3 of an inning. And a big 2/3. He got Fielder to bounce into that double play in the 7th inning of that ball game. At that point, still a 2-0 game. Dribbler up the first base line.
We're back in that 5th inning. Looking for a fastball in the inner half, and he got it. It was on the inside corner, but it was down. We'll drive that out. A 2-run home run for Prince Fielder, his 5th home run and 21st RBI.
Swing and a miss. Down goes Fielder. There's the first down here in the 8th.
The reason why you can get a very good hitter like Prince Fielder to chase is because Sean Burnett was able to paint the inside corner with the fastball early in the sequence. Because as a hitter, you have to still be wary of the fact that he can come fastball in, then unable to catch that slider away.
Here's Victor Martinez. He's 0 for 3 today. A strikeout, a pop-up, and a ground ball to 3rd. 1 ball, no strikes. Halos in the bottom of the 8th inning. We'll have Trumbo, Kendrick, and Harris coming up. Looks like Al Albuquerque will be coming on for the Tigers. 1-1. Halos looking for their first sweep of the year, their first 3-game winning streak of the season. Fell behind 1-0 in the 2nd. It took a 3-1 lead in the 3rd. Only to see Fielder tied up with that home run in the 5th. 1-2. Tigers with 5 hits today. Halos have managed 6. Detroit will go home to open up a 9-game homestand on Tuesday. They have the off day tomorrow. The Angels will stay right here as the Texas Rangers will roll into town for the first of 3. First visit of the season here at the Big A. Texas rolling today 11-2 down in Arlington against the Seattle Mariners, and that game's in the 8th. 2-2 pitch. Martinez, did he go? Yes, he did, says Clint Fagan. 2 down. And Martinez flips the bat. That should be automatic ejection, you would think.
I was watching the game, they were showing a highlight earlier. I think it was Cody Ross with Arizona, got thrown out last night. No doubt he went on that pitch. Cody Ross got thrown out of the game for Arizona, and so did Kirk Gibson on a similar thing where he just dropped the bat and got thrown out right away.
So 2 outs via the strikeout. Here's Matt Tuiasosopo, the left fielder. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Ten consecutive batters retired by Angels pitchers since that fielder home run with 1 out of the 5th inning. 2-0 line to left field. Trout will play it on a hop. Tuiasosopo is on board with a 2-out single. And here comes Johnny Peralta. We'll take a look at our Nissan upcoming schedule. Mentioned the Texas Rangers rolling into town for the first of 3 tomorrow. Then it's back out on the road for a 7-game road trip. 4 in Seattle, 3 in Oakland.
It's going to be a lot of fun to see Texas come into town. Always a pretty good battle when the rivals play each other.
Joe Blanton getting to start tomorrow. That's Derek Holland. Peralta hits a base hit past Harris. Trout over to cut it off. Tuiasosopo will go on to third. And the Tigers cooking here with runners at first and third and 2 outs. And it's Pena, the catcher, coming to the plate.
Middle part of the plate, and Peralta. It's that base hit. But you're going to go out to talk to Sean Burnett now to go over the scouting report against Pena. But Peralta's had some pretty good numbers in his career versus Angel pitchers coming into the game. A .302 batting average, finally gets that first hit.
Angels bullpen scrambling as Butcher has his conversation with Burnett. Looks like Michael Kahn, who pitched yesterday, is getting ready. He threw the ball well yesterday. Long road back from Tommy John surgery. Pena's 0 for 3. Grounded out his last time up. Matter of fact, he's grounded out twice and hit a fly ball to left the other time. First one's outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Burnett striking out fielder, then Martinez before giving up back-to-back base hits to Tuiasosopo and Peralta. One and one. Hit the dirt. Nice block by Conger. It's 2 balls and 1 strike.
Well, he pounced on that baseball after hit the dirt to make sure there's no advancing of the base runners. Breaking pitch. Nice job of keeping the body squared up, shoulders up high to keep that ball in front of him.
Two balls and a strike with 2 outs and 2 on. The pitch on the corner. 2-2.
And that fastball away from Burnett. Very difficult for a hitter to see because he's thrown across his body, and then the arm angle he throws from painting the outside corner.
Now the 2-2. Pena fouls it off to the right.
Went back out there, but this time got a little bit more of the plate.
Kahn's ready to go in the bullpen if necessary with Infante on deck, then the top of the order. Pena fouls it back. Outfield shading Pena the opposite way. Borges and Hamilton are in center and right respectively, playing shallow. Trumbo off the line at first base. Popped him up. Shallow center field. Borges comes charging in. He's under it. And we'll head to the bottom of the 8th. Still tied at 3. Angels baseball is brought to you by El Pollo Loco. Crazy you can taste. And by your SoCal Ram dealer. Visit ramtrucks.com today. Gorgeous day for baseball. A pretty good baseball game in itself. 3-3 tie here in the bottom of the 8th inning. C.J. Wilson got the start, went 6 innings for the Halos. Doug Fister went 7. That's why Jim Leland has gone to the bullpen. It's Al Albuquerque coming on here to face the Angels in the bottom of the 8th. And he'll face Trumbo, Kendrick, and Harris.
And Albuquerque's been very good for Jim Leland out of the bullpen. 7 innings pitched, 11 punch-outs. Fastball, 91 to 96. Occasionally can rush up there to 98 with a four-seam fastball. And quite a bit of sliders. About 60% of his pitches are sliders. He's got a good one.
Pitched in only 8 games last year, recovering from right elbow surgery. Put up very good numbers the previous season with the Tigers in 2011. 41 games, went 6-1 with a 1.87 ERA, 67 strikeouts, and 43 in the third innings.
He can be wild and can miss location on occasion when he tries to overthrow his slider, though.
Trumbo today is 0 for 2. Reached on a fielder's choice, grounded out, and he's drawn a walk. Cabrera guarding the line at third base. First pitch slider.
Trumbo was looking for first pitch fastball. He knows that Albuquerque throws a lot of sliders. He's hoping to get that first pitch.
Oh, 2. Albuquerque, 26 years of age. Native of the Dominican Republic. And originally in the Cubs system. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. There's out number one.
Boy, this slider had backup action. That's a dangerous pitch. He got away with one, and Trumbo, you can see by his reaction itself on the swing. He had a pitch to drive, but just missed it.
So Howie steps up with 1 out, nobody on. Kendrick 1 for 3 today. Base hit back in the second. Sliders in for a strike. Oh, 2. Ernesto Frieri getting ready.
I think Ernesto's in the game regardless if the Angels score or not. He hasn't worked a whole lot. Mike Soch said he's going to get him in the game today.
Now the 0-2. Fastball got him looking. Back-to-back strikeouts. 2 down.
After you look for a slider, then he paints the outside corner at 97. Starts off the corner, then catches that spot.
Six pitches, 6 strikes. 2 punch outs. Brendan Harris steps in.
4 sliders, 2 fastballs. Both fastballs taken.
Harris 2 for 3 with a couple of singles. Oh, and 1.
And Albuquerque not wasting any time.
Would you at this stage?
Not when you're throwing
You're
95 and
feeling that
97. Good? Your slider's that firm. Not a bad idea for Brendan Harris to step out just to see if he can throw him off his rhythm.
Harris lifts one down to right field line, but tailing into the seats. 0-2 count. Saw 8 guys take a step toward the Tiger dugout. They thought it was a strike.
It was pretty close, just off the corner. I'm surprised how deep the outfield is playing for the Tigers, especially Brendan Harris right now is trying to protect.
2-2.
A little flare into the outfield, get a base hit. I know you're playing those no double defense, but Harris's job right now is to try to make some contact.
Albuquerque animated one on the field. They've upset some folks last year. It was in the playoffs against Oakland where he kissed the baseball, underhanded it to first. Breaking ball got him, and Albuquerque is struck out the side. We will head to the 9, tied at 3. Twitter poll question of the day: which is the best song in baseball? Sweet Caroline, New York, New York, or Buttercup? And it looked like Sweet Caroline was the runaway winner.
Well, especially after yesterday, if you're a baseball fan watching that game at Fenway Park where Neil Diamond came out to the field in the 8th inning and sang along with the fans. That was him yesterday, and of course in that inning alone, the Red Sox hit a 3-run home run to win that game against Kansas City.
Daniel Nava, a 3-run blast.
And he did that all on his own, too. They always play that in the 8th inning. He walked out there on his own.
Ernesto Frieri comes on a relief. Pitching here in the 9th inning, takes over for Sean Burnett. Burnett going 1 inning, 2 hits, 2 strikeouts. Of course, a non-safe situation, but Ernie needing some work. He'll face 9-1-2 for the Tigers. Infante, Jackson, and Hunter. Ernesto has a new shortstop playing behind him. Brendan Harris is done for the day, and it's Andrew Romine taking over at short. Infante today 1 for 3, singled in the second, and a couple of fly ball outs. Started second base today. Corner infielders playing in. Jimenez and Trumbo at third and first. 1 ball, no strikes.
Well, Hank Conger's done a nice job as far as framing pitches on the outer half of the plate throughout this entire game. Very quiet, not a lot of wasted movement back there. Has blocked some tough pitches in the dirt also.
It's been a week since Ernesto threw. Closing out that game against Houston as Infante tries to bunt his way on. Was he in the batter's box? And Bruce Dreckman says he was. That's a foul ball. 1-2.
And once you step out of the batter's box and you attempt to bunt and the baseball hits you, you're out.
Yep.
Just still in there. A good view here. It's him right away, but if he's out of that batter's box, the ball hits him, he's out.
There's the 1-2.
It's a pretty good lateral movement at 95.
Off the glove, too.
And Hank Conger was set up away, and that ball ran up and in.
Ernesto in that outing on Sunday against Houston went an inning into third, struck out 4 batters. Did not see action in the 2-game series in Minnesota. Well, the first 2 games in this series. This one's lined to the alley in right center field. That's a base hit. Gorgeous over to cut it off, and he will keep Infante at first with a leadoff single.
Pretty good piece of hitting by Infante. His fastball around the middle of the plate, but it was down, but he went with the pitch. Good job, good approach for him. Second hit of the game. Now in a bunt situation with Austin Jackson up.
Not an easy guy to bunt against, Ernesto.
Well, he can get a pop-up with the best of them in these spots because he has that lateral movement on his fastball, can jam the batter when he's trying to bunt.
Jackson 0 for 4 today.
And trying to read hands, see if Austin Jackson will give up the fact that he's going to square around the bunt. That's why you step off the pitching rubber if you're in these spots.
Shows bunt, pops it up. Trumbo and Conger, nobody can get it. 0-1 count.
About how difficult it is to bunt against Frieri. That ball's running in on his hands. It's far enough away. It's not an out.
What's the discussion here with 1 strike?
Well, sometimes in these spots here too with 0-1, if something's away, Hank Conger may throw a back pick at first base to see if he can get Infante out. Make sure you're aware of that, and you're Mark Trumbo, that you, even if it's an errant throw, you're going to have to try to do whatever you can to keep that baseball from getting away. And right there, when Hank Conger points to his ear, he's saying, listen to me, if it's bunted back to you hard, I'm going to say second base. Otherwise, listen to me, you go to first base and get the out.
Short lead for Infante at first. Jimenez in on the grass at third base. Trumbo holding Infante at first base. Torrey Hunter's on deck. Nobody out here tonight. Tied at 3. Jackson shows bunt. Drops it down. Play is going to second, and no reason. They got him. Oh, my. Gary Darlin rings him up, and Jim Leland.
Jim Leland might not be around long.
No. The minute Ernesto Frieri looked at second base, I for sure thought we were looking at a first and second nobody out situation, but Darling rings up Infante, and there's the first out.
And just like we talked about, that communication, Hank Conger might have told him right away to go to second. What a break. Bottom line is sometimes when you're sliding in there, you might not have gotten your foot down on the base before the ball got there to second base also.
Well, Ernesto was so very calm and deliberate in throwing the baseball to second base. The entire Tigers dugout on the first base shot erupted when Darling signaled out.
Well, he bounced off the mound quickly. Well, it's tough to see from that angle right there if the foot got on the base. Well, the foot was up in the air when the ball was thrown there, but it looked like he definitely beat the throw there to second base. Well, from that angle, though, he didn't get the foot down there before the ball was in the glove.
Yeah, like you said, unless the foot was in the air via the slide.
And sometimes that happens. If you're an umpire, that's what you're supposed to do. Look to make sure that foot is on the base. Yes, you beat the throw there, but was the foot on the base at the same time?
Well, the Angels will take it.
Oh, no question.
Safe at first.
Quick footwork from Frieri.
And Jim Leland is hot. They think that Ernesto Frieri is balking. Leland's out of the dugout.
And you can't argue a balk anyhow.
Bruce Dreck, the home plate umpire, is now yelling at Leland and yelling at some of the guys in the dugout as well.
Yeah, when you bend that front leg, you have to step towards first base, and that's what the discussion was going to be. Big lead for Jackson.
Down and away. 1 ball, no strikes on Torrey. Hunter with a single, a walk, and a pop-up. That puts him at 1 for 2 today.
Well, that all-important first pitch strike, because it allows Mike Scioscia to put a pitch out on. Although Mike's not afraid to go, put a pitch out on even a 1-0 count if he thinks for sure the base runner is going to go.
Big lead for Jackson. Doesn't go. That's down low. 2 balls and no strikes. Jackson with 4 stolen bases on the year. Picked up his 3rd and 4th in Friday night's game. 8 overall for the Tigers. Miguel Cabrera on deck. 2 balls, no strikes on Hunter with 1 out. There's strike 2 and 1. Borges shading Hunter the opposite way to the alley in right center. A little step off. Jackson is back.
Always the best way to stop a running game is hold the baseball, step off. Don't allow the base runner to get any momentum going.
Jackson takes off. The pitch is cut on a miss. A throw down by Conger. He is not in time. Nice dig out of the dirt by Andrew Romine. So the go-ahead run is in scoring position.
And what Andrew Romine has such great hands. It's a very difficult baseball to catch. You have a runner sliding at you. You're trying to avoid that and still able to catch it and prevent that baseball from going into center field and Jackson going to third.
Yeah, just concede the stolen base, go after the baseball, knock it down. 2-2 now on Hunter. Big hole on the right side. Kendrick moves back now. And a full count. Fonte, leadoff base hit. Called out at second base by Gary Darling on the sacrifice attempt by Jackson, and now Jackson with a stolen base. Three-two pitch. Hunter fouls it off to the right.
Frieri staying away against Torrey Hunter.
"13 pitches thrown this inning. Ernesto Frieri, for whatever reason, because of all the throws to first, just seems like a lot more. Swing and a miss. Down goes Torrey. 2 down.
Well, I was thinking right along with Ernesto there, go high fastball, because you know Torrey Hunter in these spots wants to be the hero. We saw him do it so successfully upstairs with a fastball, unable to catch up to that pitch. Big swing and miss. You knew you had an opportunity to expand the strike zone. Torrey Hunter so effective in those roles as far as getting a clutch hit. Could not hold off and make contact with that high fastball.
So now Miguel Cabrera steps up with 2 outs. Jackson standing at second. And a 3-3 tie here in the ninth. Miguel Cabrera 1 for 3, single back in the first. Here's the first one. Off speed pitch, sailing inside, up and in. 1 ball, no strikes.
Still trying to get a feel for that breaking ball or cut fastball from Ernesto.
Danger, of course, is trying to be too quick with it, and all of a sudden you get that cement mixer breaking ball. 1-0 pitch upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes.
Boy, the key to throw an effective either slider or cut fastball is think in terms of almost throwing a football. But think fastball, throw in the grip like you're throwing a football. That's when you create that late break on it.
Outfield at normal depth against Cabrera, and 2 outs. Swing and a miss, challenging. 2-1. The Angels in the bottom of the ninth inning will have 8, 9, and 1 due up. Conger, Jimenez, and Borges. Joaquin Benoit has been warming in the pen. Way inside. 3 balls and 1 strike. Wonder if Jim Leland sends Al Albuquerque back to the mound in the ninth inning. Saw 3 batters. Struck out all 3 Angels in the 8th.
I think he's good. Let him stay in the dugout.
Prince Fielder's on deck. Austin Jackson at second to 3-1. And he walked him. So up steps Prince. Fielder 2 for 4. Single and a 2-run home run that he hit in the 5th inning. It tied this game up at 3. Now Kendrick out at shallow right. The first one is a little bit high. 1-0.
This could be a product of Ernesto not getting a lot of throwing of late. So overthrowing, a lot of movement on his fastball. When you haven't pitched in a while, it comes down to a mechanical issue for you.
Difficult to simulate game speed, if you will. You can do all the throwing you want on the side. Make that game mound a little different. The 1-0 pitch outside. 2 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, you'll see him doing flat work before batting practice starts, but still it's a different incline when you're on that mound as compared to flat work in the outfield grass.
Keep in mind, already a visit to the mound in this 9th inning. That's when Jackson was at the plate. Jackson's at second, Cabrera at first. The 2-0 pitch. Fielder looks at a strike. Romine shading Fielder toward the middle. Jimenez a couple of steps off the line at third. 2-1 pitch. Inside, 3 balls and 1 strike with Victor Martinez on deck. Torrey striking out for the second out here in the 9th. Then Cabrera follow with a walk. And Frieri in the hole here. Fielder now tired of waiting. (3-1). Breaking pitch rolled on the right side and off his foot. So it's a foul ball. Got a piece of Fielder. So you've got a full count of 2 outs. The base runners will be going with a pitch. And at least with that pitch right there, you've given Fielder something else to think about instead of just fastball.
Exactly, because now all of a sudden you got to protect against that breaking ball down and in. For Ernesto, we talked about his deception with his fastball. Hides the ball so well from his hip.
Ernesto trying to get the Angels back into the dugout for the bottom of the 9th. And still tied at 3. Full count of 2 outs. 2 men on. Runners take off the 3-2 and he walked him. The bases are loaded for Victor Martinez. Martinez this afternoon 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts, a pop-up and a ground out. See Michael Kahn is warming up for the second time this afternoon. First one's in for a strike.
So important to get that first pitch over. Because otherwise the hitter's just looking fastball all the way. 1-0 count. Instead you still have some options.
Howie's still out of shallow right. And Martinez to pull the 0-1 pitch. Strike two on the outside corner.
Now you go fastball, about a baseball or two away. If you're going to get that call, try it again. Great lateral movement that he has. Start this pitch, maybe a baseball or two off the plate, see if you get a swing and miss. And if you're Mike Trout, be ready in left field for a fly ball.
There's the 0-2. Foul back. Tried to climb the ladder with a fastball. So Ernesto shaking his head, not liking the location of that one.
That was a hittable pitch. Victor Martinez is very good in these situations. If you've gotten ahead of the count, go fastball away. Off the plate.
Another 0-2. Upstairs, he laid off. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
He tracked that one pretty well.
.29 pitches thrown by Ernesto Frieri this inning. All he's looking for is one more to get that third out here at the top of the ninth. The 1-2 outside. 2-2. And Martinez tracked that one very well.
See, that's why that's a more effective pitch. 0-2, because the pitch before he took off the outside corner for a strike. He's got a very good eye at the plate.
Bases full of Tigers with 2 outs. The 2-2 pitch. Foul back. Another 2-2, foul back. Another fastball at 95.
A little bit late on that swing. He was real close to almost getting Hank Conger's glove. Which would result in catcher's interference. Still go with that fastball. Trust it. Trust that lateral movement. If you're Ernesto, this is your spot, an opportunity to throw your best pitch of the game right here.
Frieri's running another 2-2. This one lifted in the air, shallow left field. Mike Trout comes charging in. We're headed to the bottom of the ninth inning. The Angels have 8, 9, and 1 coming up, tied at 3. Ninth inning, Mike Butcher and Ernesto Frieri talking things over. Of course, a long inning, but at least he kept it in a 3-3 tie heading to the bottom of the ninth inning.
Got that fly ball out to Mike Trout, but we're going to revisit the AT&T Twitter poll. Sweet Caroline, the majority of the votes as far as what song has the biggest impact on the game. Buttercup, third. New York for the Yankees, second.
Al Albuquerque still out on the mound. He pitched the 8th inning, had 3 strikeouts, but he sat down for a while with the top of the 9th inning unfolding. See if that has any effect on him whatsoever.
It can be an effect too, Victor. Sometimes when you have a quick inning like that, you anticipate your offense scoring, and then the bullpen trying to finish it out, and all of a sudden you're asked to go back in there. You might lose your edge.
Hank Conger, Luis Jimenez, and Peter Borges, the 3 batters for the Angels here in the bottom of the 9th. Tension filled, top of the 9th inning, bases loaded situation. The struggles for the Tigers in this series, specifically with men in scoring position, continues. Conger swings and misses at the slider. Tigers now 3 for 27 with men in scoring position in this series.
And some of their big boys have been up in those situations also, but quality pitching for the Angels to get through it.
Conger's 0 for 3 today. One ball, one strike.
Well, how nice would it be to see Hank Conger come through with a big hit here, especially he's done a tremendous job behind the plate, calling a good game, framing some tough pitches.
First left-hander that Albuquerque has faced. Struck out Trumbull, Kendrick, and Harris in that 8th inning. About that. 1-2. And Hank, even with Doug Fisher out on the mound for the Tigers, seeing a lot of off-speed pitches. They stayed away from throwing them fastballs.
Certainly playing the pull in the infield.
Swing and a miss. Make that 4 up, 4 down via the strikeout for Albuquerque. 1 out.
A lot of sliders for him too. Kind of backup pitches on him too for his slider. Very dangerous pitch if you're on the mound. But just enough off his fastball at 96, that one at 86, to get the timing of a hitter off.
Luis Jimenez at the plate. Luis has been hit by a pitch, is struck down and reached on the air by Peralta in the 7th. Halos had the first 2 on with nobody out in that 7th inning. Trout grounded into a double play. Pujols intentionally walked, and Hamilton hit that fly ball to center. Cabrera guarding the line at 3rd. An 0-2 count.
Boy, slider's been good, but that painting of the fastball away at 95 to 97 with it, the 2-seam fastball.
Until he shows you a fastball in, can you hang out over the plate a little bit?
You have to, but it's easier said than done when a guy's throwing that hard, though.
Right.
Just in case he doesn't make a mistake on the inside corner.
0-2, swing and a miss. So make that 5 consecutive strikeouts for Albuquerque.
Oh, it's a tough slider once again. Well, most times with 2 outs, you don't think in terms of bunting for a base hit, but if you're Borges and you get the opportunity, you take it because you got Mike Trout coming up behind you.
Borges takes a hack at the first fastball. Peters 1 for 2 today. Infield base hit in the 7th. Hit by a pitch in the 4th inning. Had a sac bunt in the 3rd. Tied at 3 here in the bottom of the 9th. Ground ball to second base. Infante's got it. Another 1-2-3 inning. We are through 9 and headed for extra baseball as we are knotted up at 3.
Baseball with the score tied at 3. This is how we got to this point in extra innings. Look at our game summary. Albert Pujols with 2 on. To double off the glove of Miguel Cabrera, ends up scoring 2 runs. The Angels get their 3rd run across in the 3rd inning on a missed turn of a double play as Trumbo safe at first and scores Albert Pujols the 3rd run. But then with Tigers, always that long ball threat, a 2-run home run by Prince Fielder on a fastball inside off of C.J. Wilson. Here we are tied at 3. Been a great game so far. Scott Downs in the game now for the Angels.
Downs to face Tuiasa, Sopa, Peralta, and Pena, 3 right-handed batters. This will be his 8th game, an 0-2 mark and a 4.76 ERA in 5 2/3 innings.
He's faced the Tigers 29 times in his career. Solid ERA 2.86 for Scott against the Tigers.
He pitched Friday, went 1 inning, gave up a hit, struck out a man. Tuiasa Sopa 1 for 4 today. It's 1 ball, no strikes. One and 1. Tigers loading them up in the 9th inning against Ernesto Friere, who went 1 inning, 1 hit, 1 strikeout, 2 walks. Al Albuquerque did manage to break a sweat in his 2 innings. 6 up, 6 down with 5 punch-outs.
Hopefully that's good enough for him.
Call it a day?
Yeah.
One from Downs. 1 and 2.
Scott Downs is having more and more depth with his breaking ball. Better feel for that one. And it's 73 miles an hour.
Count is evened up now. Going to chase that breaking ball.
Now have to see if he'll throw that little 2-seam fastball away after he has him aware of the breaking ball in.
Bouncer foul. Count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Good crowd on hand today. Little League Day with the parade before the game. 41,147 announced here. Sun-drenched afternoon.
What a perfect day for baseball.
Slight little breeze blowing. C.J. Wilson got the start for the Angels. Went 6 innings. Doug Fister got the start for the Tigers. He went 7. Fister allowed 3 runs, 2 earned. C.J. 3 runs, all 3 earned as the count is full now. De La Rosa for an inning, Burnett for an inning, Friere for an inning, and now Downs. Halo's down to 3 guys in their bullpen: Roth, Kahn, and Williams. Payoff pitch. Foul at the plate. They have gotten Dreckman, the home plate umpire.
A little bit of a break there for Dreckman after that foul ball hit him. Time to walk around, give him a breather. Same thing with CJ, with Scott Downs.
Johnny Peralta's on deck. He also set for the leadoff man here in the 10th. 3-2, line to right field. Hamilton into the sunshine. Got it. Went away.
Difficult read initially for Josh Hamilton, but his speed and his ability to come in on the baseball allowed him to make that play, almost end up looking routine. As he looks up in the sky, very difficult sky here.
So 1 out, bases clear for Peralta, the shortstop. He's 1 for 3. walked and scored in the second. A single in the 8th inning. Tigers have stranded 11 men. The Angels have stranded 7. 1-0. Tigers with 8 hits. The Angels have managed 6. Last base runner for the Angels to reach safely was Pujols on the intentional walk in the 7th. Grounded to short. Romine's got it. 2 outs.
Boy, what a play. That's a very difficult play for a shortstop. Gets around the baseball and able to get that much more on the throw to get Peralta at first base for Andrew Romine. A little bit of a snow cone too, but that strong throwing arm gets him at first base by just about a half a step.
2 up and 2 down, and here's Brian Pena, the catcher. He's 0 for 4. He had runners at first and third in the 8th inning against Burnett. Hit the fly ball to center to end that frame. 0-1. Halos in the bottom of the 10th inning. We'll have 2, 3, and 4 coming up. Trout, Pujols, and Hamilton. Joaquin Benoit has been up and loosening. If they bring him in. Ground ball toward the middle. Romine to his left has it. Scotty Downs with a 1, 2, 3, top of the 10th. We'll head to the bottom of the 10th. Still tied at 3. In left field for the Tigers, he will bat Matt Tuiasosopo's spot in the order. Left-handed batter. New pitcher on the mound. It's Joaquin Benoit. Comes on in relief of Al Albuquerque. Benoit off to a good start, pitching in his 8th game. No record at 2.25 ERA. Has a save under his belt. 8 innings, 5 hits, 9 strikeouts, but 5 walks for Benoit this year.
Benoit has a very good fastball himself. He can rush that fastball 91 to 96, but a great changeup and slider. And Mike Trout yesterday in that first inning, after getting a base hit, his first at bat in the first, comes up with the bases loaded. Got an 0-2 slider out over the plate. His first career grand slam as part of that 9-run first for the Halos yesterday.
He will lead things off here in the bottom of the 10th. Will be followed by Albert Pujols and then Josh Hamilton. Should we go to the 11th? Looks like Jerome Williams will be the guy as he's getting ready in the bullpen for the Angels. Trout 1 for 4, had a single with a run scored in the 3rd. That was an infield base hit. This one's fouled back with that infield base hit. Trout extending his hitting streak to 7 games. Cabrera again in at third base, just about even with the bag. Shading Trout to pull toward the line. 1 ball, 1 strike. Benoit, when he's got it going, has a terrific changeup.
He can throw it back to back, even against right-handed batters.
One. This is pulled to left. That's a base hit. The lead takes off. Will Trout try to go to 2? Don Kelly's throw is coming in, and Trout stops at first base.
Exactly the reason why Jim Leyland put him out there, to have that coverage in the outfield, even though he's playing extremely deep. Cut off the angle and got that baseball in quickly with the speed of Mike Trout. That's that changeup you were talking about, Victor. That's just a great at-bat for Mike Trout. That's not a bad pitch. Kelly cut it off and got it in quickly to his cutoff man.
So here's Albert. Benoit's not the quickest guy to the plate either.
He'll occasionally, like that one, use his slide step, but that's where he's more apt to make a mistake with it. You could definitely steal on him.
Albert 1 for 3, a 2 RBI double in the third inning. A liner that went off the glove of Cabrera at third. Don Kelly very deep in left field. Jackson deeper than normal in center. And Torrey's deep in right. A base hit and Trout ends up at third base. Trout takes off. Pitch is fouled off to the right. Dino Evil flashing the signs across the field to Trout at first. Hamilton on deck, Trumbo after him.
And let's see Jim Leyland put a pitch out on him just to see where Trout may go, anticipating something breaking in the dirt.
And Benoit almost throws it away.
Good play by Prince. Really catch that one. That was pretty firm too, and high.
Good lead for Trout at first base. 1 stolen base on the year. 0-2 count on Albert. Trout takes off. The pitch is outside to throw down for Pena. Not in time. Stolen base for Trout. Winning run is in scoring position.
Pretty good jump, not a great jump, but just great speed and a difficult throw for Pena. He had a tough time getting out on the transfer, a low throw, and because the elbow dipped, and ended up going high with the throw. Now that forces the outfield in slightly against Pujols.
Nobody out here in the bottom of the 10th. Trout represents the winning run, tied at 3. Pujols with a 1-2 count. Torrey playing very shallow in right field. We've seen his arm out there.
Very accurate also. Very aggressive, charging the baseball.
The 1-2 from Benoit, lifted in the air left, not very deep. Peralta going out. Kelly is there. 1 away. Albert fooled on the off speed.
I wonder if they're going to pitch to Hamilton now with an open base. About that great changeup by Benoit down in the strike zone, and Pujols, because he's behind in the count, has to chase. It's a fly ball into left field.
Hamilton is 0 for 3. Also hit by a pitch. Looks at a strike.
Well, you don't get that too often when the catcher catches it like that, too. Pena trying to set up in the outside corner, then his glove goes the other way and off the plate.
I wonder if he was fooled. Crossed up, perhaps. Peralta trying to keep Trout as close as possible to the bag at second. Like reaching with a leadoff base hit. And stealing second base.
Well, again, it almost looked like he was crossed up the way Pena caught that pitch from Benoit. And you're thinking in terms of open base, lefty versus righty here, but Hamilton 0 for 3 against Benoit with 3 strikeouts.
Now, there are times where catchers have that deep bone bruise on that thumb, and for fear of getting that stinger once again on a sinking pitch from a right-hander, they turn the glove that way. That's just a pure speculation. 1-1. Off speed, rolled it foul up the first base line, 1-2.
Well, but very rarely do you get that call from the home plate umpire when the catcher changes his way he's catching the baseball. Instead of trying to frame it, you don't get that call too often.
One ball, 2 strikes. And time is called. Big lead for Trout at second base. Benoit's 1-2 pitch. Not going to miss. 2 down.
Ran the fastball away. Great location, gets it by Hamilton.
So 2 outs. Trout still standing at second. And Trumbo up. Mark is 0 for 3. Walked in his first plate appearance. Now they're going to walk him and face Howie Kendrick.
And as a manager, you go with feel. Mark Trumbo has been swinging the bat exceptionally well of late. Howie Kendrick 1 for 4 in the game. Big hit yesterday in that first inning, ground ball up the middle.
So Kendrick will come up. Opportunity to win this one here in the bottom of the 10th. Howie this afternoon 1 for 4 with a single back into second. Benoit's had his number, however, 1 for 6. That's what Howie is against Benoit in his career with 4 strikeouts.
All you got to do is look for that one changeup that's elevated enough in the strike zone and punch it in the right center field if you're Howie Kendrick.
Here's the first one. Howie fouls it back, got a fastball. And it's an 0-1 count. But Benoit can elevate another one like that, especially with the outfielders playing as shallow as they are.
Well, that's what you hope for, that pitch that's up. You can do some damage to it. Or even a flare into the outfield.
Pena's setting up outside. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Way outside. Count is evened up. J.B. Shuck, by the way, has come out to the on-deck circle. Benoit, the third pitcher for Jim Leland. Pfister went 7. Albuquerque went 2. 1-1 on the way. Lays off, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Pena wants it appeal, and Drechman is not obliged.
And a lot of pitches away from Benoit against Kendrick. That's playing into Howie's hand. Very good as far as going the other way, allowing the baseball to travel and make a good contact.
18 pitches thrown by Benoit here in this 10th inning. 9 balls, 9 strikes. 2-1 pitch. Lays off. They want to appeal. He did not go. 3-1.
This high fastball. Now he's able to hold the swing.
You see him throwing those hands out in front. He's looking to drive that ball the opposite way.
He's just trying to let the baseball travel enough to be able to punch it in the right field. Like I said, that's playing into his hand. When you throw something away, that's the approach he's looking for. Now, if you run a fastball in, it's going to be hard for Howie to make good contact on that pitch.
Trout represents a winning run, standing at second. 3-1. The runners go. The slider is a strike. So we've got ourselves a full count. They would have been off of this pitch.
We threw him a 3-1 slider. Huge jump against him. It comes big just in case he bounces a pitch in the dirt. You can win on a wild pitch.
A full count with 2 outs here in the 10th, tied at 3. Here's the payoff from Benoit. Now he fouls it off to the right. Both Trout and Trumbo, by the way, get credit for those stolen bases.
3 stolen bases in 1 inning. Matches their season total come into the game.
Another 3-2. Bouncer up the line, foul on the third base side. It's an off-speed pitch.
Same arm angle and arm speed as his fastball, but generally anywhere between 13 to 14 mile an hour differential between fastball and changeup from Benoit.
Another payoff pitch. Kendrick fouls it off. Good battle between these two.
How he wanted that pitch. That was a hanging, breaking pitch over the plate. Fouled it straight back.
Eight pitch at bat so far. Benoit's 3-2 once again. And a swing and a miss. We head to the 11th, still tied at 3. Bottom of the 10th for Joaquin Benoit, but he worked his way out of it. The Angels had the winning run at second base with nobody out. And 3, 4, and 5 coming up. The Angels left that winning run stranded at third base. Jerome Williams takes over on the mound for Scott Downs, who had himself a 1-2-3 10th. 4 games for Jerome. No record of .432 ERA, 8 in the third innings. 5 strikeouts, 3 walks so far. And he'll be facing 9-1-2 at Fonte, Jackson, and Hunter for the Tigers.
He's got that good two-seam fastball. Will throw a cut fastball, slider, curve, changeup. Likes to throw pitches down in the strike zone. Very effective with that location.
Omar Infante, the second baseman, will lead things off. 2 for 4 today. A couple of singles, a couple of fly ball outs. Jerome becomes the 6th pitcher used by Mike Scioscia. 5th reliever. CJ went 6th, and you've got solo innings from De La Rosa, Burnett, Frieri, Downs, and now Jerome. First one's in for a strike. Jerome last pitch in that series against the Minnesota Twins. Gave up 3 runs and 3 1/3. 6 hits. Looked like he went around, and Dreckman rings him up 0-2.
Boy, he creates a great arm angle to run that two-seam fastball inside against a right-handed batter. Jerome does.
Ground ball to third. Jimenez has it. One away.
And just a lot of confidence in his glove at third base for Jimenez. Tough little hop too at the end. Also dealing with as a fielder to the shadows where the ball goes from the sunlight into the shadow. Kept his body in front, utilized that bigger glove, and gets that first out.
Yeah, you got about another half inning before home plate is engulfed by that shadow. Top of the order, Austin Jackson up 0 for 5 today. Oh, and 1. Tigers getting action in their bullpen. Left-hander Phil Koch is getting ready out there. He was up earlier in this game as well.
And that was a nice 0-1 cut fastball from Jerome.
Just off the plate. 1-2.
Good location. Just off the plate. Now you can throw your two-seam fastball that starts in that same plane and bring it back and catch the outside corner. Or you can run a two-seamer down and in.
Little nubber foul on the first base side. And a 1-2 again. Missed it. Count is evened up now. Torrey Hunter's on deck. The Angels in the bottom of the 11th inning will have the bottom third coming up in Romine, Conger, and Jimenez. 2-2 from Williams. It's fouled back.
That cut fastball got a little bit more of the plate than Jerome wanted. He's going to walk off to the back of the mound and rethink. Now he's going to try to finish off Austin Jackson here.
Second extra inning game the Angels have played this year. The first on opening day. 3-1 win over the Cincinnati Reds. Jackson takes a fastball right down the pipe. Called strike 3. 2 down.
That's what that pitch before set up. Cutter away. Now you can run that two-seamer that starts off the plate and catches the corner.
2 outs, bases clear for Torrey. Hunter 1 for 3, including a couple of walks. He scored a run.
At this point in the game, you're going to utilize the bigger part of the ballpark, so you're going to live away. If you go inside, you go off the plate. Force him to hit that ball well to right center field.
Breaking pitch, looped down the right field line, and that is a foul ball. Not by much either.
Looked like it may be a couple baseballs away from that line at the most.
No 2 count on Hunter with 2 outs. Miguel Cabrera's on deck. Now the 0-2. Bouncer up the line, foul on the third base side.
Showed him in. Now get him out of the way.
Said they want to come back inside. It's down low. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
We've seen Torrey too many times look for something on the inner half, and that's where he has his most power. Fastballs in to middle in.
This one fouled off on the first base side and into the seats. So the count remains at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Three runs, 8 hits, 2 errors, 11 left on for the Tigers. 3 runs, 7 hits, no errors, 9 left on for the Angels. Coming back inside, check swing. They wanted to peel. Yes, he did, says Clint Fagan. That's the 3rd out of the inning. We will head to the bottom of the 11th. Still tied at
3. Well, he ran another fastball against Torrey. See if we get a swing here. Cross the plate, no doubt. 3rd out.
Inning, the Angels have the bottom 3rd of their order coming up. Nice job by Jerome Williams picking up a couple of strikeouts in the top of the inning. Here at the bottom of the inning, it'll be Phil Koch, the left-hander, coming on in relief of Joaquin Benoit to face that bottom third.
An ERA a little over 5 for Phil Koch. Good, still has a good fastball. Rushing her 89 to 94. He's more of a slurve / curve slider, changeup. Career ERA though against the Angels at 9. He's pitched 11 innings. He's allowed 11 earned runs.
The Halos will have a pinch hitter come up here to start the 11th inning. It's Chris Iannetta. They're pinch hitting for Andrew Romine. Romine, a left-handed batter, so Koch will face the right-hander at Iannetta. As the game continues, you figure Tommy Field will see action at shortstop. Called up before the game yesterday. Iannetta, 277 on the season, has a couple of home runs, 6 runs batted in. No pinch hitting opportunities this year. First one's outside. 1 ball, no strikes on Chris. Phil Koch, 30 years of age. Last year with the Tigers, 66 games. 2-3 mark and an even 4 ERA. Had a nice postseason. 3 games against Oakland. 4 games against the Tigers, against the Yankees. He pitched in 3 games in the World Series against the San Francisco Giants.
Those high energy guys coming out of the bullpen for Jim Leyland.
Took them 2 saves in that series against New York. His original team came over as part of that, along with Austin Jackson. That trade. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
At their fastball, back-to-back changeups. Now as a hitter, you're dealing with those shadows now as it's about ready to cross home plate.
Count even up now. Another off-speed pitch.
I see it often where a pitcher will throw back-to-back-to-back changeups, but it's not out of the realm of possibility he would do it again.
Two, and he tied him up. One away. That fastball in on the hands.
And at 93, it must seem like it's about a 99-mile-an-hour fastball. Seeing those changeups and then dealing with the shadow.
So Hank Conger will spin around to hit for the right side for the first time this afternoon. 0 for 4. A couple of ground outs, a couple of strikeouts.
Had some success hitting from the right side in spring training. Saw a number of games hit the ball well to left center field, the right center field approach.
First plate appearance from the right side this year. Oh, 1 from Koch. Down low. Tigers pitchers with 13 strikeouts against the Angels. Angels pitchers with 11 punch outs against the Tigers. The 1-1. Breaking ball. Gives Conger the advantage at 2 balls and a strike. Luis Jimenez, the third baseman's on deck. Then you've got the top of the order should we get that far. Two-one pitch. Back toward the middle. Infante was shading him that way. He's not hit that sharply. 2 down.
Now you're hoping for an extra base hit for Jimenez there to at the very least get in scoring position for Peter Borges. Koch is thrown off-speed pitch, first pitch. And Jimenez has seen a lot of off-speed pitches, whether changeups or curveballs in this game.
Luis is 0 for 3. Couple of strikeouts, reach on an error in the 7th. Was hit by a pitch and scored in the 3rd. Tigers taking a 1-0 lead in the 2nd. The Angels took a 3-1 lead in the 3rd inning before Fielder tied things up with a 2-run home run from C.J. Wilson in the 5th. One ball, no strikes on Jimenez. But last thing you want to see if you're Bruce Streckman is your catcher bailing on a fastball in the dirt with nobody on base.
It's been a long game for him back there. Pretty consistent behind the plate, though.
The 1-0. A strike. Caught the inside corner to even the count. Halos with a golden opportunity in the 10th and unable to capitalize. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
A lot of off-speed pitches Jimenez has seen. He may try to sneak a fastball inside here.
Two and two.
It was inside with that fastball that probably set up his changeup.
Coke doesn't waste a whole lot of time on the mound either. 2-2. Swing and a miss. We will head to the 12th. Still tied at 3. Second inning of work, and he'll be facing 3, 4, and 5 for the Tigers. That's Tommy Field taking over at shortstop. He got in the game late yesterday. And Chris Iannetta stays in the game, and he is behind the plate, so Hank Tiger no longer in the lineup. Field will bat in that 8th spot in the order.
Field got a lot of playing time in spring training, especially when Eric Ibar was away in the World Baseball Classic.
Miguel Cabrera, Prince Fielder, Victor Martinez to face Jerome Williams here in the 12th. Jerome had himself a 1-2-3 11th, including a couple of strikeouts. This one back up the middle, and the leadoff man is on board. Cabrera picks up his 2nd hit of the ball game. On base for the 4th time.
Looked like a cut fastball that stayed in the middle part of the plate, and Cabrera went right up the middle. Well, how difficult it is. Baseball in the sun, then into the shade, but so quick through his swing. Cabrera gets that base hit up the middle. So hard for a hitter to adjust, especially at breaking pitch. Because they're hoping with a fastball it stays on the same plane out of his hand to be able to read it better, but a breaking ball or changeup, very difficult to do so.
Fielder lifts one out to shallow left field. Trout comes charging in. He's there, makes the catch. One away.
Some serious coverage in that outfield for Mike Trout, because he's playing deep. Because Prince Fielder can drive the ball very well to left field. You see him coming from the shadows in the left field also, make it look routine.
Up steps Victor Martinez, the DH. Martinez 0 for 5 today. A couple of strikeouts. Lines one to left field. Trout is there. 2 outs. Cabrera heads back to first.
That's why, as a relief pitcher, you utilize the bigger part of the field. Back-to-back hitters. Jerome stays away, forces the hitter to have to hit it even further, and Trout's able to run them both down. I remember Dennis Eckersley telling me that one time, but he always tried late in the game there to force the hitter. If they're going to hit one far, it's going to have to go the other way.
So Cabrera at first, 2 outs. Don Kelly comes down for his first plate appearance. Defensive replacement for Matt Tuiasosopo and left in the 10th inning. Kelly hitting 125 through 9 games this year. Fooled on the breaking ball, and it's an 0-1 count. Phil Koch will be coming back out for the bottom of the 12th inning. The Angels will have the top of the order coming up, and Borges, Trout, and Pujols. Bouncer toward third. Jimenez has to come charging in. Barehanded throw. Don Kelly for the 3rd out. We head to the bottom of the 12. Still tied at 3.
The bottom of the 12th. Line drive off the glove of Miguel Cabrera at third, scores 2. And then a would-be double play, not turned. Infante's low throw gets by Prince Fielder, allowing Albert Pujols to score the 3rd run of the game. But Prince Fielder ties it up with a 2-run home run to right center field. Trout gets a double in the 11th, but unable to score as one has a good changeup to be able to get. Swing and miss against Howie, but Jerome Williams, great pitching himself. The bullpen has been outstanding. 6 innings of shutout ball for the Angels so far out of the bullpen.
Tigers bullpen's been pretty good themselves. Al Albuquerque went 2 innings, struck out 5. Joaquin Benoit weaved his way in and out of that 10th inning, especially at the leadoff hit to Mike Trout. And now Phil Koch on for his 2nd inning of action. He'll face Borges, Trout, and Pujols here in the 12th. Peters 1 for 3. Base hit back in the 7th. That base hit, an infield bunt base hit. He was trying to sacrifice. Corner infielders in. First one's a strike.
Koch, a lot of changeups. Say Albuquerque threw a ton of sliders. Again, it's a difficult pitch to read as a hitter, a changeup with these shadows.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, generally, though, in these games here where the bullpen's been doing a great job, it's inevitably they'll make one mistake, and as a hitter, you got to capitalize when you get that one mistake pitch.
1-1 pitch. Borges taps it foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Set up inside is Pena. Here comes the 1-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I'd be real surprised if Borges didn't get a changeup now.
Two pitch. Swing and a miss. There's that changeup. First down here in the 12th.
Sells so well after showing a fastball in, turns over his changeup and gets a swing and miss. His 3rd strikeout. Tough to be able to read the baseball out of the pitcher's hand when you're dealing with sunlight into shadow.
Mike Trout steps up, 2 for 5. Couple of singles, couple of stolen bases. 1 run scored. Trout, first time he was faced Phil Koch. 1 ball, no strikes. Pujols has never faced Phil Koch either. Albert is on deck. This one's out toward left center field. Sounded like he broke his bat. Austin Jackson is there. Trouts.
Didn't have that funny sound off the bat. It went pretty far. Just goes to show you how well the baseball travels in day baseball here.
Two outs, nobody on for Albert Pujols here in the 12th. Albert 1 for 4. Intentionally walked the 7th. We'll intentionally walk him here with Hamilton on deck.
Some serious respect. No one on. 2 outs.
Here's ball 3. Four walks issued by the Tigers, 3 of them intentional walks.
If you want a potential pinch runner for Pujols here, though, but not many guys left on the bench.
J.B. Shuck is the only guy that's left. Fields in the game, so is Iannetta. Romine has already played. Unless you went with a No starting pitcher. And do you want to update us on starting pitchers as pinch runners?
Well, we do know they are the best athletes, so
we know this.
Allegedly.
Quick visit to the mound by Jeff Jones, the pitching coach for the Tigers. And Hamilton will come up hitless today. 0 for 4. He's hit by a pitch in the third inning.
The one thing about having a left-handed batter against Phil Koch, I think it takes away the changeup from him. So you're going to see more fastball and a slider than more, say, his changeup. His changeup has been his most effective pitch.
Oh, and 1. Hamilton 2 for 7 in his career against Phil Koch. Fielder, of course, with a left-handed batter up and 2 outs, playing behind Pujols at first. 0-1 pitch. Fouled back. Oh, 2 count on Josh Hamilton. We will head to the 13th. Still tied at 3. At 3, Jerome Williams back out for his third inning of action. He's faced 1 over the minimum. 7 batters, gave up a leadoff single to Miguel Cabrera starting that 12th inning, but then retired the next 3 in a row. And here in the 13th, he'll face Peralta, Pena, and Infante. Jerome with a couple of strikeouts and had 1 hit allowed in his 2 innings so far. Johnny Peralta, 1 for 4. He walked and scored in the second, had a single in the 8th inning. Slow breaking ball drops in for a strike. Now options starting to dwindle from a reliever standpoint for the Angels. Maybe even perhaps the Tigers, although they have an off day tomorrow. Peralta lifts it in the air to right. Hamilton moving over, shading his eyes, has to come in and makes the catch. 1 away.
That's the good thing about having Jerome Williams. He can give you length out of the bullpen. He's been a starter. He started some games in spring. He's been throwing a lot of strikes here. His 23 pitches thrown so far. Only 3 out of the strike zone.
Yeah, they are without Smiley, who went 5 2/3 yesterday. I would imagine Villarreal is not available. He went up 3rd on Friday, an inning and 2/3 yesterday. So that would leave Dotel in the bullpen. It looks like Koch is probably going to come out for a third inning himself.
Well, in this long West Coast road trip, the Tigers have played 3 long extra inning games, a 12-inning game in Oakland, a 14-inning game in Seattle, and now here a 13-inning game so far.
Breaking pitch rolled on the line, knocked down by Trumbo, but Pena will reach. Interesting way to get to first base. Infield base hit for Pena. He is on board for Omar Infante.
Ball right down the line. Almost as if Mark, when he's getting himself in position to turn around to make the feed to Jerome, the ball got out of his glove. And Pena, who's caught a lot of the game, head first slide, late slide into the base. Wondering why, especially when the ball is on the ground. Put yourself in position to get hurt.
Yeah, kiddie pool dive right there. You know it's going to hurt. You're just trying to soften the blow. Omar Infante, the second baseman. 2 for 5 today. Couple of singles.
Fonte's hitting the 1 double play of this year. The Tigers itself 15 on the season.
Strike. Many of the 41,147 that were on hand today have taken off. Base hit by Pena, the 10th for the Tigers today. 1-1. 27 pitches thrown by Jerome Williams, 23 strikes. 2 in the third inning so far. Outfield shading Infante the opposite way. Quick throw to first. Pena's back in there safely.
And if you're Jerome, you don't have to necessarily throw over. You just have to make Pena stop his feet. He's trying to move a little bit, get some momentum going. If you make him stop, that's all you need to do, and then concentrate on the hitter.
Pena has 2 big league stolen bases in his career. Infante fouls it off to the right. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Got the top of the order, and Austin Jackson on deck. The Angels in the bottom of the 13th will have Trumbo, Kendrick, and Iannetta coming up. The Angels taking game 1 Friday, 8-1. Yesterday, 10-0. They're tied at 3 here in the 13th. In the air to the alley in left center field, hit pretty good. Borges got a good jump on it, however. He's there to make the catch. 2 down.
We're seeing some pretty impressive coverage in the outfield by all 3 outfielders today for the Angels. We're just able to cut that one off. Trout has made some good ones, and he's shading Infante to hit the ball to right center field, but quickly gets over, cuts it off, and makes the play. And Hamilton's made a couple good plays in right field.
Austin Jackson is 0 for 6 today. Pena still at first. Slider missing down and away. Good late action on that one. Evens the count up and a ball on the strike.
Yeah, real good cut fastball for Jerome. Generally, when he throws his cut fastball away, he'll back it up with his two-seam fastball on that outside part of the plate also.
Very short lead for Pena over at first base. 1-1. Down and away. 2 balls in his strike. No action in either bullpen. Came right after him, 2-2.
It's the batter you want if you're Jerome. Austin Jackson has struggled in this series, but you got Torrey Hunter on deck. He's had some pretty good swings in this series.
Here's the 2-2. This one's pulled foul.
Well, that slider stayed over the middle of the plate. Time to go back to that two-seam fastball away.
Another 2-2. This is fouled back. Pena a little bit of a delayed start over at first base. Pena getting to start behind the plate for Alex Avila, with C.J. Wilson starting the ball game. Prince Fielder is the one that has put us here in extra innings. Tied things up, a 2-run shot in the 5th, his 5th home run of the season. Jackson bounces one over to third. Jimenez has it. Finds the balance. There's the first in time. We head to the bottom of the 13th. Still tied at 3.
There, Jerome Williams has been outstanding coming out of the bullpen for Mike Scioscia. He's had a very good fastball, two-seam fastball here. Again, Jackson looking, runs a fastball inside against Torrey Hunter on the check swing, gets a swing and miss. Been outstanding in 3 innings, getting some ground balls and some help in that defense. Jimenez has made some solid plays at third base to keep it tied. Jerome, that energy. Tremendous in 3 innings pitched so far out of the bullpen. Looking for a W here, a walk-off piece. Potentially for the Angels.
Just 36 pitches thrown by Williams. Couple of strikeouts, couple of hits allowed. And here at the bottom of the 13th, Phil Koch is back out for his 3rd inning of action. And he'll be facing Trumbo, Kendrick, and then Chris Iannetta. 5, 6, and 7.
Phil Koch has been a starter also in his career. A couple years ago, the Tigers wanted to be a starter, so he can give you some length also. And Trumbo's had a lot of success against Phil. Go 3 for 3.
Trumbo today is 0 for 3, including a couple of walks. He's intentionally walked in the 10th. First one to Trumbo. Down low. 1 ball, no strikes. Another off-speed pitch.
I think the hitter can read it a little bit better, that off-speed pitch now. Shadow's still there, but out of the hand you can see and read the rotation of the pitch.
Two balls and no strikes.
What do you think? Think he'll challenge him with a fastball here at 2-0?
I don't believe so. Or at least I wouldn't imagine so.
Be real surprised if you see anything but an off-speed pitch.
Payne just set up right over the heart of the plate. Here's the 2-0. Change it. 2-1.
One and 2-0 count, though. You're looking and going to try to win the game at one swing, regardless of what it is, changeup or fastball. So now you change your approach.
Fastball. 3 ball, 1 strike down.
The fastball didn't seem like he wanted to throw that one for a strike. He's going to set up an off-speed pitch right now.
Cook has 4 strikeouts. His 2 innings of work so far. Howie Kendrick is on deck. Here's the 3-1. Trumbo skies one out to deep left field. Kelly is back at the wall. Gone! Big fly, walk-off style for Mark Trumbo. The Halos sweep the Tigers.
What a beautiful swing. He got that 3-1 changeup and didn't miss it. Mark Trumbo, the walk-off, now 4 for 4 in his career versus Phil Coke. Did a nice job of keeping that balance and threw the baseball, even a changeup, and crushed it out to left field. His second home run as he continues his hot streak in the beginning part of this season. Walk-off sweep of the Tigers. Wow, that ball is crushed for Trumbo, no doubter, and he's able to crush Tito Ebo's hand going by third base, which is always a beautiful thing. What a job sweeping the Tigers here. Now the Tigers is 15-40 since 2001 as Mark Trumbo wins it with the big fly. So we're getting an opportunity to talk to Mark Trumbo shortly, but got to feel good as far as coming through in the clutch there and getting the pitch, the drive, and hitting it out. Now we're going to get down to Ken French there. He's going to be down and talking to Mark Trumbo, the hero of the game, the walk-off.
Thanks, guys. 3rd career walk-off home run. Mark Trumbo winning it in 13. What type of feeling is that to do that in front of these fans?
It's about as good as it gets, to be honest. Yeah, it's a lot of innings, but we stayed with it. Our pitching was outstanding, and credit them for keeping us in there.
When your pitching staff is putting up zeros like your bullpen did, CJ battled today. As a hitter, are you going out there going, you know, we need to get this done for those guys?
Absolutely, yeah. Each and every inning, and we stayed on them, and you know, it couldn't be better. It was awesome.
What type of confidence does this give you going into the next series? Texas coming to town for 3.
You know, that's a style of baseball we know we can play. We're on a good, nice little roll. That's a great team over there, and these are some really good wins, so we're going to keep it going.
All right, Mark, congratulations on the big win.
Thank you.
All right, 4-3 is your final here today at Angels Stadium. Stay with us. Angels Live, presented by your SoCal Mazda dealers, coming up next.